must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion.
Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, the Axis. Got a guest coming up this evening to share the stage with me. As usual, Dominique. And we're anticipating and waiting for his arrival. I'd like to say hello to my daughter in the chat. So as we build on in the evening and as the show goes forward, hopefully we can get a good build going. Where I had cut off and kind of backed off the live streams a couple weeks ago, I had started pushing on aspects, various aspects, and pulling information from various at the same time, coherently at the same time. And I was working on 4 different aspects of existence, achieving coherent information, almost like superposition, but limited to just 4 aspects, and having that information be cohesive and relevant to 4 different states of being and in those four different states of being, still having a relative um, coherent message and understanding. And as for me, it was accomplished, but I didn't know of the side effects. There's side effects, um, special effects, whatever you want to call them, but your ability when you're receiving information from multiple sources at one time in multiple states, you become almost omnidirectional in your delivery with a single coherency, whereas generally we just speak binary and unidirectional, which is, you know, not not speaking from different places at the same time coherently. It's speaking from one place with a coherent mind, generally within the realm of binary or learned information, that which you've acquired from your birth to this point in your life. And I didn't realize that there was going to be a almost a stumbling block to being able to communicate with other people. And I didn't realize that there was going to be almost a breach of communication when listening to other people and hearing what they're saying. I activated a very uh, a very logical and cerebral part of my mind, which I gather information from. At the same time, I'm observing the information that's being transmitted from the constant and the underlying persistence and hyperdimensional mathematics and hyperdimensional proportion and states of existence itself, um, which I didn't realize I was going to run into this either. So there's a heavy, I guess, spiritual um, awareness, energy with personality that comes with it, that you also can receive information from coherently in the same state as the analytical mind and the mathematical and hyperdimensional mind. And then there's kind of this unseen space of transferring transcendental energies of various states, some with personality, some indifferent, some not. And then there's the present state, which is the coherent state, which is what I'm trying to come across right now with. But at the same time, I'm seeing with the coherent state three other states, and there's almost a void or a lack of there's an indifference that comes with that. You become numb, almost semi-numb to information at that point because it's being retrieved and analyzed almost to the point where you're maximizing your cerebral functions on top of each other, and all the things that used to have some significance, menial little things mostly, now have no relevance. And I want to welcome Dom. Good to have you.
Hey, Axis. Hope everything's well.
It's different.
Mm.
It's very different. Like I was saying, I'm picking up information from various sources at one time now, and the pitfall that I didn't see coming with that was being able to communicate that information to another being that isn't registering that type of reception. They're not able to receive that much information on a coherent level at the same time. So as I've got layered thoughts happening and layered actions and states of energy transpiring with an indifference, um, I've got to figure out how to be able to make that relevant to other people. And I've found that it's really not that easy. That's why I haven't been going live much here lately. There's almost a just a cold indifference to the fact that things are coherent and they're in the state they're supposed to be for this plane of existence that we're on. And moving forward into any other state is dimensional transition. And it's not so much once you achieve a certain vibrational level, you will shake the dimensional plane that you're on and either go lower or higher in dimensional planes. It's not so much about blabbing high or blabbing low. It's about where you're at in that fractal part of the dimensional space that you're feeling. You with me?
Oh yeah, hearing you, Axis. What's come to mind is, I think you even said it a couple of times, Axis, in the past. It is a soul journey. And what we do when we communicate each other, more times than not, it becomes comfort. But it's still a soul journey. So what you're aware of, or whatever anybody's aware of, to try with other people, unless we can, see the breadcrumbs, it would be challenging for each other.
Well, I thought about, and I know that you're agile enough, especially mentally, that I would be able to get this concept over to the listeners in more of a direct statement, in more like teaching them how to take the steps to achieve this, than applying layers of information in between the lines and just giving them the direct information. Because I'll be honest, Dom, people just aren't that smart. They're not that savvy. They're not that smart. They're driven by primal instinctive nature and a modern take on social engineering and design, which are completely in conflict with each other. And in the course of this, they want to feed, the pleasure centers of their self and their mind. They're going to seek that instead of placing themselves in the heat of a blood bath of a battle somewhere on some foreign field. They would rather see themselves resting comfortably in a hammock in the sun. And that's the nature of man. And man will kill for that position of being in a hammock comfortably in the sun, with the same zest and zeal that he will kill on the battlefield. And I've seen this. I've been observing it quite a bit here lately.
I guess, Axis, as you're speaking with me, I'm okay with, because I know myself quite well. It doesn't mean I've elevated. I'm just aware of myself. Most people wouldn't even understand what you just said just now. So whether you're trudging through new states or you try to explain something at their level, they have to come to their own awareness of being honest with themselves and knowing their limitations. Like a lot of stuff that I hear certain people talk, it could be over my head, but I know enough not to resist because I realize I'm okay with me, meaning that I'm going to stay true to me. If I know I'm an idiot, I'm okay with it. I don't need somebody else to tell me that. So, like I said, it's too big of a leap. The words I used to say before, it's too big of a leap for most people to grasp. Now, me saying that, that's even too much of a leap because then they're going to start bringing out their defense and attack. Well, what do you mean? I went to university. Yeah, okay. What do you mean? I do witchcraft. Yeah, okay. Whatever.
Right.
I know enough to say, okay, because at that point, I could just talk about me. And then even that, if I started getting a little bit crusty about me, people will feel as though, well, geez, I got to defend Dom. I said, no, you're just reacting to all this stuff. So like I said, you're probably done a lot of work, Access. And for most people, they're not going to grasp it. You would have to almost feed one of their programs to them. Okay, if you pay me, you can earn money from this. You have no choice because we're going to kill you. Then you're feeding a program. And even that, they're going to give you pleasantries. They're going to say, oh, yeah, I understand it now. Really? Dare not test it. But hey,
I will
again,
give you
I'm
that
leaping a little bit
100%.
even here. Sorry, go ahead, Axel.
I said I'll give you that 100%. I've been kind of test riding that state, and
Mm-hmm.
when you lose them, man.
Well, they lose
So you gotta,
themselves.
yeah, you gotta hit those dopamine or those synchronicities or a profoundness to even get them back into
Mm-hmm.
that state of attention.
That
So
attention is already being hoarded by something else. So again, they're going to look for familiarities. I got to go to work. I think the devil's behind it. I think I'm favoring God. These are just words that people say, but they don't really actually do pushback on themselves when they hear those things. They'll quickly defend it or they'll attack others. So, whatever work you're doing, again, it's a self journey. It'd be nice when you're with other people. It's like, okay, I'm doing my self journey, you're doing yours. We can go on the same path together. That whole teacher student relationship outside, that's just more programs.
yeah, I was really hoping that because I do have a very learned and a very open-minded in-home, and we've developed a friendship and a relationship of you know just mentally being able to communicate. And as I was explaining to her the process used in this, she, her being as intelligent as she was like, I don't know anybody that can do that. And then when I'm demonstrating these synchronicities and how they can fall directly into place by pulling coherent information from various sources at the exact same time, uh, she got completely, kind of put back by it. So if it becomes too much for her, she shelves it, but she keeps it in mind.
To try to explain certain things when people tap into certain things, you either have to be very eccentric, charismatic, or I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly, or a salesperson, because that's what most people can relate to. But those are the individuals that will put you on a pedestal today and guarantee by tomorrow they're putting you on a cross.
Right.
And again, it's one of those things that information's out there. You've just done the work for it. Where other people, it's new technology or it's very familiar technology. I'm one button away from pushing. I'm already paying for the internet, so maybe I'll listen to Access. Oh, okay.
Well, I'll tell you the state that comes with it that kind of overwhelms me is receiving this information coherently. You become almost self-satisfied and content with your indifference. You know the logical uh, standpoint, and like you say a lot, you already know the answer. I know the answer. I know the answer from many perspectives at one time, and I can explain each of them to you individually if I have to. But with that comes this benign indifference of this concern for even opinion becomes disconcerting. Um, you know, it's amazing how much I shed going through this process and got rid of because it you have what is workable flowing data that you can utilize, and then you have retrievable data, and then you have a type of nesting data, which is a temporary reserve of the moment. And you'll either interact with that with a logical and cerebral state of mind, or you will deal with it emotionally, or you will try and query and analytics from it, or you will try to manipulate and process. I mean, there's these states. But when you're receiving this much information, all that becomes irrelevant. It's not about prosperity, Dom. It has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do with pedestals. It's becoming more adaptable to your environment to the point where your environment is no longer a bewildering, confusing, baffling, or perplexing thing to you because you can see it for what it is now.
Well, at that point, actually, you're in that teachable energy. But that's why I was saying for most people, you would have to get them with their programmable energy, getting paid, gonna get some mark for it. Oh, I value the concept of God. I think I know what the truth is. You're feeding to people's programs at that point. For some people, they would almost have to start stripping it before they can become be teachable. Now, somebody that knows a lot of information, and when they try to explain to somebody else and they're getting all these walls, and something inside said, "You're still the student. Why? What did you learn from all of the resistance?" It's one of those things where there is a handful, and it could be millions of beings that are doing these kind of works, but for the majority of them, that's of no interest to them. Majority of people aren't even trying to be Olympians, let alone musicians. So again, it's more of a comfort for most people, and that's not something that they want. That's comfort. Especially if you tell them at the very get go, you're probably going to be an outcast among the people that you're familiar with. That's why when people that play with the concept of being gothic or whatever, at least they're stripping one variations of all the program. But more times than not, they start dressing like a goth. I said you just went back into a program. It's not about your image that you should be concerned about. Your tattoo doesn't identify you. Your piercing doesn't identify you. But if they say it does, I said now you're back into the program.
Right? It's no better than a book on a shelf
Sure it is.
at certain point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now we could still, say, okay, I'm gonna go back into my mask again. And then when I'm back into the unknown, then I have to realize I got to leave that there. Because if I come back with this information back there, I'm going to try to explain it to other people. We can leave little breadcrumbs, and more times than not, I'm usually just polite with people. That's for them to figure out. And even if it's something to figure out, then they can ask themselves, what can I do with it? Well, and that's why I say the word, how does it serve? If a person's working 9 to 5, whatever amount of hours they're working, and then they want to learn this kind of stuff, I said, so are you planning on not coming back again? If that's a possibility. Well, I don't believe in that. Well, the fact that you said the word belief, I already know I'm wasting my energy here.
And there's always the chance you're not coming back. Anytime that you push those extremes,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you need to set any type of preconceived
But
safety protocol to the side because it's not there.
but at that point, I'm entertaining ideals, and that's the only way I can actually communicate with the masses, by entertaining ideals. Now, when some people start talking about facts and truth, I said, you've lost yourself. But if they did, then go test the self. What do you mean when you say truth? What do you mean when you say facts? I'm entertaining ideals, so I'm entertaining the word facts. But most people identify as facts as them. The truth is them. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. So I guess you're also the color of your skin. These are inquiries that most people have an opportunity, but if they don't inquire about those things, and they're the type of people, especially when they've set themselves in, they'll start defending it. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. I learned this. Okay.
I had held on to hope that at least in a general nature, people would have caught on to the understanding of the proportion and the divine proportion that sits outside of the visual spectrum. When I see things or hear things now, there's so much more seen than before that I'm capable of taking in, like radius. Instead of a wall, I'm seeing fluctuations of energy. I'm seeing radius. I'm seeing unseen geometry. Just taking in so much information about just my generalized environment, not including the energy and well, for a lack of better term, the spiritual, the energies, some with personality, some without, so forth, that are interacting in layers. And these are layers of dimension that some are seen and unseen. It depends on how far you push your spectrum. And believe me, you can push the spectrum to the point where even your visual environment changes. And you start picking up on things that you didn't realize were even there before, just by the state of it being that energy being felt and being consistently appropriate to whatever I'm looking at. Then there's the whole other state of the personal take as to whether it has any type of bearing on the way I'm going to have to conduct myself, which is usually environmentally, unless it's a distance thing, which is covered too, where you're picking up and receiving information by proxy of other people that are utilizing your thought energy. They're either thinking of you, they're maybe getting ready to call you. It's weird, the synchronicities that come with it. It's not weird, it's synchronized. You become aware of these things.
Mm-hmm. Some people call it the zone. Some people might even call it the zone. You get into a zone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's an instant flooding. And what I've discovered is that I don't have, there's no need to put an emphasis on any type of emotion or personal insight when you're receiving this type of information, because it's just states of being for that moment, to the next moment, to the next.
I guess, Axis, if you get those people that want to be initiated first before they become the student, then you've got them to a certain point. They're showing some willingness, but for most people, they're not ready to be the student. Not even close.
No, because this was, I mean, I wanted so bad to be able to share this, but I didn't know.
But you are sharing. It's you might be getting caught up in thinking that there should be a result from it. Sharing awareness.
Coherently.
Mm, yeah.
Am I coming across coherent? Is what I guess I'm saying.
I'm hearing you, and something tells me within me that what you're sharing has a lot of legs to it. But most people, they're going to hear it thinking, well, if I can't get a point to it, or I can't grasp it for something that I'm being conditioned, it's going to go out of their ear, and then they're going to look for faults. I don't like the way he talks. I've heard bad things about this person, so they're already lost at that point. It goes back to the message opposed to the messenger, or quoting, name dropping. But for most people, they've been programmed. I must say, most people, we all fall into those categories, but for some people, they're constantly in that state. They'll ignore things, hence why it's called the unseen. They'll ignore those things. They won't expand their senses. They won't even question that the fact that most times not their senses are being misguided, short-sighted. But you're doing a lot of work, Axis. I'm aware of it. It doesn't mean it serves me, but for a lot of people, again, I've been on very similar channels that you've been in, maybe a handful. The rest of them will tell you stories. Now they might turn around and say, well, they'll say something about me. I said, no, you just revealed yourself right there.
Right. I haven't been. I've stopped in to a couple channels in the last couple of weeks, but I haven't participated because I can't communicate.
Mm-hmm. Again, Access, for me, YouTube is just one of the many things I've always done. Just talking to people on the streets, just chit chatting in the grocery line. Hey, we got some time here. Do you understand how certain things work? Some people might find it fascinating, only part and partial, because they usually don't have a total stranger. This one's have a smile, and we start joking a little bit. Online thing is just not new. The way we communicate. Again, it's just an indication. Sorry, go ahead.
It's the layers of communication you're using. It's almost like turning your brain into a multi-language reading processor, where instead of just reading, maybe C+ or C++, it's reading Java, it's reading hexing code, it's reading C++, it's reading C++, it's reading DOS, it's everything all at once and coherently. And then trying to get that information across without, because there's no emotion to it. It's just information. It's just an indifference. It's a state. It's a state. It's not something that has to be attached to an emotion or attached to a desire or an objective. It is just a state.
I think Access, because most people do use their emotions. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, they're not developed. So knowing that, they would have to first develop their emotions. Then they can decide whether or not they want to put that aside. So again, a psychopath, as much as people say psychopath, sociopath, they don't have emotions. No, they're just numb. But they're not ever getting to this kind of stuff. They'll be disturbed. So again, it's one of those things. We're in these three-dimensional little vessels with, the emotions, the mental plane, and the physical. We have to utilize those things, or at least get to a point where you're at peace with it. Because if not, it will trigger itself. And this is why people will only go so far. Now, we've had millions of books written, if not more than millions of books. Where's the state of humanity? It's always been where it's been. So a new technology comes, probably some from an outside source, and it's advanced because humanity doesn't advance.
No.
So conveying message, whether orally or written, is very limited. To a point, some people have to do mind-altering substance just to get a glimpse. So at this point, fuck them. share out loud, but fuck them, because there'll be other people that might not actually be one-on-one with us, but they might hear it. Or we might come back again and we need to remember, I'm glad I share shit with myself. Because the rest of them, once again, fuck them. Isn't that what the human race does do anyway? They multiply over and over again. You almost have to give them fucking certain substance so they don't multiply. Fuck them. Now the being part, that's a little bit different. But most people aren't, though. They don't want to play that game. They think they're the fucking vessel. So keep fucking. That seems harsh, but I'm not the one that's fucking creating wars. I'm not the one that's raping anybody. I'm just using words. I get what you're trying to do, Access, and you want to share. And sometimes I know for myself, when I share, it's because I'm the student. I get to hear what I'm sharing. That's my gift. Now, if somebody wants to say, okay, Dominic, that's a value and all that, I say, but if you bitch and complain to me, no, that's yours. What you do with it, that's yours. That has nothing to do with me. I'm sharing it out loud.
I was watching a. No, you're fine. I was watching the other day. I was watching a platform, and I went up because they're talking about the continuation of life and parasites and soul traps. I think you're familiar with the channel, and I have no qualms there, but I offered some information because knowing the state of the way things are constructed at the moment for us, when you move beyond the third dimension, your body can't always go. Your body can't go to the fifth dimension. There's no cohesiveness to hold it together because of dimensional state. And dimensional states are properties of being, states of being. And I kind of see everything as one journey with different states of beings, and this is one that we're passing through. I know that there's a creation aspect to this, not only myself, but the construct itself. I know that there's an extended, unseen extension to all of this that ties it in very neatly with the second, the third dimension, fourth dimension to the fifth, and so on. But I also understand that those are states of being, if you catch what I'm saying. They're not just stuff. They're not just, high cerebral thinking on different perspectives in thinking. They are actual states of existence.
Part of the concept of soul contract or soul trap, my interpretation for myself is whatever you be able to create or make here stays here.
Yeah.
So if you create music, it stays here. You have a thought, it stays here. You don't have thoughts in somewhere else. It stays here. You have an emotion, it stays here. We're beings coming here to play in the three-dimensional. The physical doesn't go, the emotions don't go there, and also the mental doesn't go there. Hence why it's afterlife. We talk about time, and you can talk about other dimensions. So here, people want to believe they're the soul. I said, no, you get to utilize it. It's like the blood that records things. It stays here in this realm. And that might chip a little bit into our debts. Maybe we do have debts, as some people speculate.
See, I don't know about any of that. That's not my, that isn't my ground of research and study at this point. But I thought it was relative to the conversation. It wasn't taken well. I think because they didn't comprehend the fact that if you are consciously present in the fifth dimension, that does not mean that you're going to be able to have a physical body there, the way that we interpret a physical body here. You're not going to have the same observable experience by any shapes or means.
Okay, the New Agers and their woo-woo, or what they want to call it. If you ask anybody what are the three dimensions, they're not going to understand that. Some of them might understand it, but most of them aren't. So that sounds fantasy. Fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth dimension. Oh, I'm in time now. So where's time here? And remember, the sun and the moon. I'm not saying to you, Axis. Remember, the sun and the moon those are signs. That's not time.
No,
Engaging something with
you're
me.
right. It's cycles.
So,
It is time.
yeah.
It's a
So
progression.
again, those are ages. So once again, you're probably talking to a whole bunch of people that have never fucking challenged themselves. And they like to be, it's like being in a congregation with a bunch of religious or state people. They all defend and attack each other. Dare not actually have somebody on the outside like a child that says, hey, the king's not wearing any clothes. Everybody else has already become domestic. So once again, having those conversations, unless you like arguments or debates, that's all they always turn out to. And the ones on the sideline hoping that somebody wins, why? Because somebody else has to do my fucking homework. They're not even utilizing their reason, their thinking, their feelings, all the different variations. They want somebody else, or they'll find faults in them. Now I'm just using words, so people can what? You're gonna bitch and complain to me about the meaningful language I'm using? I don't own them. I'm experiencing them. But for a lot of people, they think, yeah, but Dom, they're my thoughts. The fact that you say it's my thoughts are things. You should be able to question those things. Where do they come from? I don't know. So how do you use them then at least? That'll be like asking somebody, do you see that car? Yes. Do you understand how it all works? Well, not really. Now they might turn around and say, but I paid for it. I said, that's lazy at that point. So at least be honest and say, no, I don't know how the fuel works. I don't know how the engine works. I don't know how the rubber works. So at least they're telling you where they stand. Now they might have specialized in an area and say, well, I became a doctor. Yeah, okay. So how did disease come to be? I don't know. I said, so what? You're just the troubleshooter? You're the one that puts a Band-Aid on and puts them back out there? I'm going to say in that axis because, like I said, I entertain a lot of people. I'd rather entertain ideals more than people because, unfortunately, most people make it about them.
Yeah, this isn't people. This is ideal. This is communication on such a multi-level, and the New Age concept that they have of romanticizing even something like dimensions. There's as much of a hellish state that goes along with multi-dimensions as there is a blissful state. There's a balance.
Mm-hmm.
And you think a hell here in the third dimension, a fifth dimensional hell, hard telling what it would do to a three-dimensional mind and body.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a pretty good idea.
And you can share those, and as long as people are willing to entertain ideals, which is great. But if they're already thinking it's factual, the truth, I said, you're just saying words at that point.
Yeah, they don't know. I couldn't tell you. I can tell you the proportional aspects of that
Mm-hmm.
dimension that makes it feasible as being a dimension. That's just the groundwork. That's the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
But how the interaction works in that particular dimension, whether it be the fourth or fifth or whatever, I haven't experienced of a full comprehension or understanding even slightly, because I'm just now getting past a comprehensive understanding of the language of the third dimension.
Mm-hmm. And that's if you're experiencing it. So this way you can relate with other people that have experienced it. But if you've observed it or you've been taken up in the spirit, that means that they got to do that on their own. They're going to have to observe it. They're going to have to be taken up in the spirit. Because if not, again, the experience is very limiting. And then whatever you learn in these other realms, you come back into the experience, you're back to sleep again to a certain point. The ones that can remember a little bit about it and then try to use a language to it, which is great, but you're talking to a whole bunch of people with the deer in the headlight kind of look. Now they might actually use diarrhea of the mouth and say, well, I understand, and then they'll give you a bunch of marmalade words. But if you're reading the energy and like, yeah, they're not being honest with themselves. But
Right.
hey, if that works for them, if that's some sort of defense mechanism so that they won't become totally mad or delusional, and this way that keeps them grounded in the illusion, so be it. Literally, so be it. Hence the word amen. So be it. Don't do it, be it. But
Right.
again, I challenge people on that, on the word. And like, oh, that's not what it means. I'm okay. So what the fuck you think it means if we're using the English language? When people say shit like I agree or disagree or no, I don't like that, I'm like, okay, it's acceptable if it's a child. Like literally a child in a child state. Outside of that, and I guess actually this is where I get frustrated because I realize you have a lot of world of information. I've kind of stuck around way too long in certain places, and the drama is kind of like, the sooner they get rebooted, the better for them. Not for
Right.
me. The better for them. Why? Because they failed themselves. But that'd be
Right.
another wasted fucking conversation because as soon as I say that out loud, well, what do you mean? I'm like, oh, here we go now. This is the fucking Charlie Brown with the girl with the football baiting me back in. I said, no. If there was only 3 people on fucking some of these panels, the better.
I think so.
You know, when you see
I
people
think
congregate, go ahead, of course, my apologies, actually.
no, you're right. I think so. I think wholeheartedly that maximum 4 people, maximum.
I'm including the chat.
Yeah. The chat's always that takes care of itself. It's the panel and the audible information that's coming across. Once you start maximizing just because you can have another person up there doesn't mean that they're needed to express the ideal or information that you're trying to relay,
Mm-hmm.
unless it's a social group.
Mm-hmm. But if people want to be entertained, that's fine. I just like to entertain ideals. But if people want to entertain, I don't know, drama, they want to entertain about sports, stick to it. No problem. And people will gravitate to that. It's just when they start crossing over and they say, well, I really don't like that. I said, no, you do like it. The backbiting that goes on. If people really understood the energy behind backbiting, they'd realize you're feeding the heart. But hey, each their own.
It seems like some of that is slowed down a bit in certain circles, or it's either that or my lack of participation lately.
Well, it's a dopamine rush for most people in those areas, and it's like doing probably heroin. Eventually your body will withdraw, and the person says, I've given it up. I said, no, your body gave it up. So for some people, the noise is no more feeding them. They want some other dramatic story. They were never there to learn, which is fine.
Right.
YouTube counts on majority people talking about what I call noise, the stuff that's of no use. But yet people will talk about, I never agreed. I think the schooling system failed us. I said, what do you think this is doing to most people? But hey, if they choose to go to those sites, which is fine, I do too. I just know enough to keep it at a distance. I don't bring that into my own little, we'll call it material world, because I realize when I'm doing something, I understand practicality. When I'm here, I'm looking for entertaining ideal. If I'm on a job, I'm not gonna. I might once in a while entertain ideals. So there's certain things we need to do right now. There's a place for everything, and for some people, I get it. They're bored. They want to be entertained. There's not the latest TV show. That's all the program that's been going on. Now, what you're sharing access, it would have to be almost a program for most people. And then eventually you get the occasional person. There's more to this, but we had to get you through the program first.
The initial stages.
Yeah. You say the word constant, the consistency. When I first started heard you talking about that, I went inwards. I'm thinking he's putting words to it, Dom. But you've done some of your own work. He's just putting words to it. Most people have never done even the work access. So why would the word be any different for them?
I noticed that. It seems that they still have that separation of being inwardly understanding and outwardly observant to understand, as opposed to being outwardly understanding and just inwardly autopiloted or observed.
Pause. I just noticed smoking G's in the back.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Get her up here so she won't eat all my catnip while she's backstage.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. I pushed the. Oh, let's try it again.
Oh, she's there. I just caught it now in chat.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for letting
There
me
we
come up,
go.
Axis.
Hey,
No
G.
problem. No problem at all.
I was listening to you. First, this isn't why I came up, but you were on a great little paragraph there talking about how panels should stay to 3-4 people at a time. And because you get 4, 5, 7 people up there, somebody always seems to take over and some really good topics go sideways,
Yep.
But the reason why I came up, because I'm listening, you guys, this is great. I love what you're saying. My struggle is still down here in the 3 dimensions. Yeah. I'm having, I don't know, mental troubles walking through reality right now, where evil is good and good is evil, and what the heck is going on here? And yeah, things get twisty here. That's me.
I'm not sure if it's affecting you. I know a lot of people that I deal with energies, and especially the luminaries and states of environmental situational environmental awareness by energy. And since that eclipse, there's been a consistent changing, moving, a cycling that can almost be felt. It can definitely be heard, and it almost changes the visual frequency for me. I'm very touched with the energy, and I've noticed that there has been not saying that particular day was the change, but that was the start of a movement, of a procession of cycles that are really building up some profound energy. I don't know if you're tapping into that yet or not, or you're feeling that, but you talk about things being on edge and up in the air. Pretty intense out there.
It
And when
is.
you get 4 or 5 people in that state of mind that's under that influence, and they're not able to comprehend that energy is affecting them.
Mm-hmm.
You're just adding more fuel to the fire the more people you have.
If I can share, actually, I know you like to play around with luminaires. Same with you, Smoking G. With Pluto going into Aquarius, there's an end occurring, and that's the end of humanity.
This one, yep.
Okay, so when people play with the ideal of good and evil, I'll change the words. Spiritual material.
Mm.
So we're coming closer to the age of air. A lot of things are in the air. And a lot of that stuff, that technology is going to affect the human vessel. So eventually it has to decline. It's just part of the process. Every age, there always has to be something that has to fall by the wayside. So now we've willingly participating, and maybe that's a ploy, having all this technology, the Wi-Fi's that we use, the invention of automobiles initially, or radio frequencies. So people are going to discover how much they've become attached to something that has never been them in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So again, that's all the energy that we're talking about. People like to put words, aliens, gods, reptilians. You can put whatever words you want to it, but then you have to question, what was the age that they brought in the words that we're speaking? We're going into now an age of advancement, opposed to a modern age, or prior to that, an ancient age. So we're all going to be affected by it, but who we truly are going to advance with this. If we don't, then people are going to have to ask, well, then why do we thrive in all this stuff? The material vessel, it's cumbersome. And not everybody wants to participate in hunting and farming for it.
Now it's a lot of maintenance.
Sure it is.
To live on this planet every day.
And
maintenance.
Me and Axis have talked about it. Transhumanism is actually favorable. People who are honest with themselves. Would you want to see your parents die? No. Would you want your animals to age? Probably not. So transhumanism, metaphysical, is the same agenda. It's beyond the physical. That's all that is, beyond the physical. Nature's beautiful. I'm not here to dispute it. It's beautiful. But we come here and we're in this short lifespan of a vessel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are. I wish reality was a smidgen different, but you're right. We're very vulnerable vessels here.
Mm-hmm. Very true. But again, that opens up the question, gee, what is reality through our limited senses?
Yeah, it's everyone's perception.
Mm-hmm.
And we combine that together, and that's what molds the culture we walk through,
That's just more programs.
Yeah.
Those are all programs that we all feed each other. When we tell each other stories, I don't care what words you use.
It is. It's a story.
It's just more stories.
It is. No, we actually could have a very different reality, as, lack of better words, sitting in front of us than we do now. But we've gone down this road, where we're at.
And it might not even be in our power. It could literally been orchestrated. Next thing you know, it shows up. You ask somebody, how did Wi-Fi come to be? I don't know, Tom. I just work for the company. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So do you think something writes it into the program, so to speak? Just says, I'm going to give them this.
Could be an author. It could be an author of some sort. Yeah, it could be other beings involved. It could even be us. Our energy could actually participate in all that. I'm guessing at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, me either.
But if I did know, I would want to apply wisdom to it of some sort.
Figure it out if you could.
But
go ahead.
No, go ahead. If you want to test that, then start pushing ideals outside of yourself. Of simple little things, maybe a blue feather, and then throughout the course of the day, see if you encounter a blue feather, whether it be a painting on the wall or a symbol on a can or a blue feather, And as you go along manifesting this, you'll see how much influence you actually have in writing the story.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. Yeah. It's just been, as you can see in the news, it's just, all this stuff in Axis. I wanted to bring up when you said recently with the eclipse. It's interesting because I was watching another channel and they were saying there was like this big jump in the Mandela effect with that recent eclipse. And you're talking about an energy fluctuation, very well could be that we get these jolts, like I said, like a new program into the system, somehow, whether we manifest it or there's a grand writer, but yeah.
I think anytime that you run into, and I'm not sure about the advancement of the Mandela effect, but I am aware of it, and I've
Yes,
watched
I know it.
different states of it.
Yeah.
And to me, it most closely resembles two books telling the same story compressed together from two different states of time. And one of them has a coherency with one person, one of them has a decoherency with another person. And there's an overlapping, which almost seems like if there was the many worlds theory, it would almost be like one of the worlds was removed and the closest two were bumping into each other or
Mm-hmm.
slightly affecting each other with manifested ideals, and that would be mass majority of memory. If something was written a certain way uh, in strength in this other version of Earth, and it bumped into another
This
version of
reality.
Earth,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's not as strongly projected, then it's going to be written out and
Yeah.
something
Fade
else.
away. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the best that I was able to even start analyzing it as a construct of mathematics or coherent within relevancy to reality. Um, it seems that there's an immersion of two information sources,
Yeah.
one being more dominant than the other.
Yeah. Totally get that. And possibly, if this did exist, we're getting Mandela effects all the time. We just don't know it because it is so overpowering. It just rewrites it, and we don't think twice about it being anything different. You know, there again, the new programming kind of, it could be totally a dimensional thing that's guiding this world, or us manifesting, or it's a boy. That's a huge question for me. I'd sit
I
here
can
for the
give you
next 5
techniques.
years.
I
Yeah,
can
no,
give.
I will. I'll try manifesting something. I'll start with some like a parking spot, the
Yeah,
supreme parking spot that I want. Yeah, I'll do that.
and just put that into the near future, and always have it present, and see how much you're affecting. And then I've worked with it so long now. I amplify, and I do my own thing because I haven't I've lost relevancy with most people in that area. But that's how I started out, was with little things that didn't seem to be overwhelming. But then
Mhm.
later on, I realized that none of it's overwhelming. It's the size that I'm choosing to give to it to take on, and the energy I'm applying to it, and the energy that it's radiating to me. If I see it as big, giant, monstrous, then it's probably going to be that way. But
Yeah.
if I see it as a potential, regardless of how small or big, it's still the same cause and effect. And then you can see how much that you really affect your spatial environment.
Yeah, I think I will. I'm going to start practicing some of that. Absolutely. Well, hey, Axis, thanks for having me up. And Dominic,
Anytime.
yes, I'm going to jump down. I'm going to be listening in from
Enjoy.
chat.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Smoking in G Sharp. Put your link in the down there. I'll make sure you get modded up, and you can
Okay.
definitely put
Yeah.
the link
Thanks a
down
lot.
there.
Bye
No
bye,
problem.
everyone.
Okay.
So can we probe on the wording of Mandela effect?
Sure.
Okay, outside of the original concept, where supposedly the gentleman named Mandela, they reported that he was dead. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, if people start doing some research, wouldn't they also be able to claim whether or not there was an insurance claim on him?
Right.
That's one example. So now when people start using it, again, this goes back to when people create words and they put it out to the public, let them just make all kinds of assumptions like the word conspiracy theory. So now when something's been changed, when people say cartoons, they reverse something. Of course they do. If you do the push back, or in this case, do the research, you'll realize they do changes. When a person looks at the Bible, for example, the many ways it's been written, the many ways they use different languages on it, that has been changed too. You could call that the Mandela effect. Anything that's been altered would be classified what people say, well, I remember, again, this is tapping into people self-absorbed. They think just because they said something in the movie that now they've changed it. Well, they have to do some research. What do you mean? Don't they have thousands of different clips in a movie that they don't put into the movie? There might be hidden messages and all of that. I get it. But what most people don't grasp, how does it serve them to have that information? How important is it to know another human being? They reported that he was dead and now he's alive. Unless we're going to do some research and find out, okay, does he understand immortality? Is he Saint Germain? That's more distraction.
That's where I took my stance and look on it was when I had encountered a couple situations where me personally, not others, observations, and I was absolutely sure that person had, was dead. They had met their demise. And there they were. I started questioning myself. I wasn't worried about the Bible changes or the Berenstain Bears or anything like that. It was human lives that I was seeing that almost seemed to come back from the dead. And I was like, this ain't right.
Mm-hmm. Actually, it's like when you go to a club. If you start, opposed to just seeing it from one person's, I get it, we're always looking from our own lenses, but we're so self-absorbed. We don't start seeing everybody else starts dressing the same. People start talking the same. They're reinforcing the dogmas. Well, you don't understand, Dom. I said, you're not asking the simple question. How does it serve you? How does it serve you to know whether or not there's a conspiracy, let alone a theory? And if you even break down the word theo and RY and the word reason, you'll find out it's the same fucking energy. But most people get caught up, well, it's conspiracy. Well, how do you think this realm works? There's people that conspire. That's right back up there. Earth, flat, globalist, half full, half empty. They're giving... Go ahead.
I was checking my relativity to reality is what I was checking for myself when I endeavored it, because I was sure that he was a little chubby fat comedian, and I was sure he was dead, had committed suicide. Mm-hmm. And I had seen him in a performance since at the point where I thought he had died. Mm-hmm. And there's records of both, which made me question reality there for a minute and how pliable reality was, or whether I was just losing my fucking mind.
Okay. And let's say you had the ability to say, okay, I have the ability to question those people's intention now. Most people don't have that ability. So now what they're doing is they're playing with breadcrumbs that they gave them.
Right. Right.
Again, that'll be like you have a certain musician. They replace him. Next thing you know, people say, well, he's bleaching his skin. No, they've replaced him. It's not like back in the day, a guy like maybe Jimi Hendrix or whatever realized the pack that he sold, so he ended up killing himself because he realized I made a pack and I don't like being a fucking always walked in. So what they've done is they've done contingencies plans for that stuff. We already have duplicates waiting to replace your ass if you're worth a lot to us. So now,
I do know they have duplicates by observation and research.
Well, again, we're so self-absorbed. Yeah, there's only so many shells of humans here. We're very similar. You can see somebody that's dark skinned that looks very similar to somebody that's light skinned. They even program people with saying, well, we'll give up the word that you're black and white. People never question that shit. Do I look like I'm white? No, I'm not even close. I'm light skinned. And if I'm in a certain environment, I might even be classified as dark skinned. But yet people say, well, other people just don't know how to think. I said, are you sure you're thinking? It's comprehension things. But this is the game they do. Hey, let's throw them a bone. Let's give them flat earth. Let's give them Mandela effect. Let's give them Puff Daddy. Let's give them all these different interpretations and then let the fucking masses play with it. They'll make up all kinds of stories. which is fine.
Yeah, it's definitely taken off, and it has. I mean, there for a while, that's all that you could get out of a channel was Mandela effect,
Sure. And
to
that's
the
just
point where
one.
it became cliche.
Sure. Yeah. And then people whether they're agents or not, we're all agents to a certain point. We're supporting something without ever questioning it. So, and I'm talking about questioning oneself. I'm not talking about questioning other people. That's a wasted energy.
Hmm.
So now somebody says to me, Donnie, the earth is this way. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So if I'm going to apply my senses that I know that can be misled, but I still got to play with them. I don't see nothing that's down here that's up there. And I don't know anybody that I can honestly say that I trust them enough that even though I didn't experience it, that they're trustworthy, that I've been up high enough down to confirm one way or another. Because at that point, I would have to trust them. Doesn't mean I experienced it. But this is what most people do. Most people don't realize how much they're full of shit, which is fine because it's good fertilizer. But they promote it, they say it enough, goes back to the Germans talking about it. You say a lie long enough, people are going to start calling it the truth,
Yes.
which is fine. But again, most people don't realize you're the person, the bunch of people that a little child had to go around and say, the king's wearing no clothes. The king already knew everybody else are fucking idiots. At least he respected the boy. You're the only one who had enough balls to say, I have no clothes on. But everybody else will tell them exactly what they want to hear. And that's how most people talk. They just never question it. They might spend time questioning me. I said, you're still wasting energy. Question the self. People could say they love God, but they're serving the self.
That's
Because
why
if
I
somebody's going
said
to attack,
my my endeavor was to test my own sanity because
Mhm.
what I was seeing and experiencing didn't correlate with what my memories were. And I thought, fuck, maybe there's a whole new thing going on where my neighbor dies tomorrow and next week he'll be back.
Mhm.
So
It could be. It
that's
could be. And
that's where I started endeavoring into it for myself. It's because I got caught off guard with like I said, I can't remember that comedian. It'll hit me before it's over with. And there's a couple others that have seeming seems that they died at one point in time, but then now everything has become so much together with the Mandela effect that you got as much propaganda and misinformation as you do anything that could be considered a fact. So now it's all speculation.
more times than not, it is. When we're speaking to other people, facts, unless you've observed it or experienced it yourself, people are just parroting information. That could have been made up by AI, could have been made by a clever being. Again, it's one of
Hmm.
those things, even the words we use, who's to say that we actually die? Most people go, they say, Dom, I saw a light. I said, then you came running back here, you idiot. You saw the bright light. You saw Lucifer. You came running back here. Well, I saw thoughts. You saw the light again. Well done. Dare not actually do the work, and you might even get a pass. Then you can come back willingly. Why? Because self-absorbed person, they want nirvana. The ones that care about other people, they want to come back to assist each other, even though it might be fruitless. That means that's even the ideal that we even are interested in fruits.
Right, and I've just now come to an understanding that it's a continual thing. It's not, you know, yeah, your state changes only because of you can't exist in certain states in certain places. That's that's just fact. Um, and that's where I I, I don't see a beginning and an end. I see it as a one continual um, progression.
Hmm.
Not necessarily saying time either. It's a movement. It's a progression,
Yeah, you are aware
and
that
it's
axis
continual.
movement. Yeah. And it could be a circular movement. Again, it goes back to when we say, I don't say it, but I hear people say cause and effect. I go under the premise we're living in the effect and side effect. I don't see air. Some people might be able to see it. I don't see air, so I can only see its effects. Seeing a leaf move around because of the air or the wind assisting the air. That's all I'm seeing. I'm just seeing different types of energy assisting itself, but I don't see it. I don't see thoughts. And if I did, do I see all the thoughts? Do I see French? Do I see English? Do I see Mandarin? Again, people get parroting this shit and they say cause and effect, subjective, objective. I said, where is the subjective? Where is the unknown? Can you see what the senses? No. So then the senses is limited. The waking state is where the senses are.
That's for sure, because being able to retrieve the information I can now that is not visible, but is there and provable, was a whole new level of trying to communicate. And that comes with indifference. You cannot, there's no room for emotion there, because it's not there's no emotion attached. There's only discovery of how far you can push that awareness of what is there, but not picked up by the senses or perceived. But it's there. I can prove that it's there.
Well, even if you can prove it, who would you be proving it to?
Myself.
That's the only person you can do. And as long as you're repeating to other people, you're going to be the student. Again, I think even the concept of the emotions, the mental almost has to be put aside too, hence silence. Because you're going to be communicating with something in the unknown. This is why when people do certain kinds of mind-altering or brain-altering substance, they go into a state of stillness and maybe even silence. But when the mouth is still talking, is us trying to justify it or explain it, which is fine. This is why I say when I break my silence, I'm being the fool. But I'm okay with it. Most people aren't. And how I know that, they're not somebody challenged them. They'll quickly defense and attack it. And I'm like, but then you're not okay with it. If anybody that's going to be cruel to me, it should be me. But unfortunately, people think, well, I'm representing. Well, who are you representing? This I got to hear. Who the heck are you representing? A god? An alien? A reptilian? I think a lot of people speak, when they use the word God, I think they speak in vain. Especially when they start saying, God bless you. I'm like, you're speaking on behalf of something you've never seen? Why do they have in movies? They literally scripted in movies saying the word damn and God.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that. And if you're an atheist, that shouldn't come out of your mouth. If you're a Christian, that shouldn't come out of your mouth. But that tells me those people are fucking parrots.
Yeah, completely
And I'm insulting a
belief
parrot.
system.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is a belief system. People even bastardize that when they say it's bullshit. No, the shit of a bull is useful. Belief system is valuable to a certain point. Telling me a story of a guy named whoever, I said, that can only be a belief system I can apply. What do you mean? I've never met the character. But what's the teachings involved? I know I'm repeating myself, but again, this is me talking to myself because eventually I embody it. Where other people...
I discovered that the biggest part of us learning is teaching ourselves by verbalizing, and went through an experience with that with my in-home. Whenever she was describing that's one of the ways that she learns, is when she speaks, she analyzes what she says, and then she puts it to the test against herself to see if it has value or not.
Well, hence think of mantras or doing ohms and all that stuff, or people that listen to audio when they go to sleep. It's literally embodying, because in the body there's many receivers, hence the kingdoms from within. There's many rooms in there, kind of ideal. Now, I'm just quoting things, but once a person puts it in their own way of understanding, they can cross-relate. Oh, I see now what they mean when they say it that way. Interesting. Oh, that's why Jesus was a witness. He's witnessing from within. But what most people do is they're joining a fucking a club. I'm selling Amway. I'm selling Filter Queen vacuums. Sell. Everybody's trying to sell an ideal, opposed to being of service. And that service should be for oneself. The program, but don't let it rule. Because once you got that self-ruling, you got the child running the house.
Well, I
You know,
tell you what I was able to be, um, I guess fortunate. Yeah, I'd say it's fortunate. Is they could not get anyone compatible to be an in-home assistant to me, and this had went on for a considerable amount of time until this particular individual I have now, and we had to work as a team to back the home office off of us so that we could get a productive routine to at least get me physically better, to be able to get to the bathroom or, make my own meal when I need to. But it took getting rid of the home office for me and her to be able to sit down and communicate with each other who are hands on, working with each other, not the office, to get some production going. It was like eliminating the church and just two people working on situations and issues that need to be addressed.
unfortunately, access in most places, those industries, more times than not, most people become numbers. You get the occasional compassionate person, and they're willing to. Either they have authority and they don't have to worry about losing their job, or they're losing the money that comes from it. That's just more human behavior.
Well, I'll tell you, Don, I'm pretty content with this one.
hmm
Um,
It serves you. Obviously, it's
yeah,
important to you.
yeah. She she has the ability where others were failing to motivate me into a state where I want to keep myself in a condition of being able to function properly.
Mhm.
Whereas the rest of them were just here to get their money, do their time, and go.
That's just, again, just more human behavior. That's not a big leap to think otherwise. People will say otherwise, but your energies for those people are readable. So
Right.
again, especially when a person's honest with themselves. Once you're honest with yourself, you'll see the similarities in most people. They're either full of shit more times than not, or occasionally. It's the one that actually can say it with all honesty and say, "But I'm okay with it." That's the guy that's going to be here. Yeah, I'm a crook, but I'm okay with it. I'm a good guy, and I'm
Exactly.
okay with it. But sadly, that's
Exactly.
people are going to tell people what they want to hear, and that's fine because that's what they want to do. It's kind of like when you hoodwink somebody, be expected to be hoodwinked back. Good for
Right.
the geese, good for the gander kind of ideal.
Right. That's you I couldn't have been expressed any better. Is yeah, there was no preconceived notions other than the treatment and the fact that she's a receptive human that understands transmission, receiving, and
Mhm.
transmuting, and I do, and we found a way that works that falls outside of what they consider the general norm of treatment, but it's effective and it
Mhm.
works.
Mhm.
So we had to remove the church, the overseers, for us to be able to function on that level, and
Mhm.
it was effective. It still is to this moment. I mean, 9 hours a day.
Well, I'm pretty sure as you probe into the energy work, you're probably going to be bombarded in other areas. It's just part of the realm.
Uh, yeah, it is.
It's part of
It
it.
is.
So the ones that are ignorant and naive, yeah, we'll give you a free pass. Why you're of no harm. But the ones that are doing the work, because there is an anchoring. I use the word. There is an anchoring going on in this realm. If you're going to earn it, if you're going to work hard at it, and move on or whatever, you need to earn it. And for most of us, we don't earn it. Just because
I
people go ahead.
I have noticed there's a great uh, revealing that's taking place, almost as if the skin's being peeled off of a fruit and the fruit's being exposed, whether it's good fruit or bad fruit, tending, but it's almost an unveiling of people's nature. And it's like they cannot control themselves but to expose and show it.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if that come with, the changing of the luminaries and what we went through, or whether that's just something that I've developed to a point where it's come to my recognition now.
I think what comes with the luminaries is like a lot of other things that become famous or people become well known for it. It's the technology that's correlating with it. So a guy like Michael Jackson, with his Thriller, became somewhat famous and more popular at that time because the CD came out, or Justin Bieber with the internet. So now with these luminaries, plus we have online, all the people jip yapping. It's not like back in the days when you had newspapers or you had to hear it in the radio. So everybody has well, not everybody. A lot of people have phones, laptops, devices. So that information spreads that much more. It's if people value the concept of the Antichrist, it's ripe picking now. If there's such thing as an Antichrist.
Right. Which, even that seems to be almost a scripted part at this point in time in the game.
It could be. Like I said, I'll entertain the ideal. I'm fascinated when people become advocates or whatever, and they say, "Well, I believe in it." I said, "Now I went from entertaining to ideals to observe your behavior." Interesting. Even though I'm not
Yeah.
interested in the psychology of other people, I've done that on my own for myself. But I want to have a conversation about ideals. When somebody tells me it's factual, I'm like, "Okay, so did you experience it? Did you observe it?" No. I said, so you're just parroting information. Okay. Well, I know the truth. Okay. So what is a deception then? What do you mean? If you know the truth, then you're implying that you know what a deception is too. So, but people don't question that shit. They want to have the positive, but ignore the negative. Or they want the negative, but they don't want the positive. They want to play with demons, but not with angels. They
Right.
could be the same. They could be the same. Got to have the sweet with the sour. And if I give you the sweet and you accept it willingly, you fucking better be prepared for the sour. I might not be the one that's giving it to you, but somebody else will. The fact that you accepted it, you got to play the game now.
That's
But
a
people
fact.
don't want that. It kind of goes back to having your cake and eat it.
No.
This is
No.
where most of us, whether we're aware of it or not, are fucking little children pretending to be adults.
One that
And
was
even,
visually, I'm sorry, Dom, go ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead, Max. I'm done. I just ranted. Go ahead.
One that was visually impairing to me whenever I started observing spatial dimension on this, in this form, is I started observing radius of cubic foot in air, and I could see almost but not. It's there. I can measure it visually, wherever I look. The cubic foot of air contained in that cubic foot, how many cubic feet, and even though it's there, it's not seen by most, but it still holds such a practical relevancy to even our movement, you know, and that was a real tough cookie for me to have to wade through because I was trying to see a type of mathematics that was beyond just the cubic square foot of airspace and knowing that the dimensions of the wall is this many dimensions of physical uh, the physical pliable atomic structure, whereas the mass behind that implicated much more. And there's that medium, which becomes almost an aggravation because it's like trying to watch TV and you're measuring the television set instead of watching a movie on it. You're trying to decipher the signals that are coming to it and paying no attention to what it's broadcasting. All the way to how the electrical circuits work when you plug it in and where that electricity comes from. Everything but the entertainment. You're getting the information, but not the entertainment. If you kind of catch on to that, because you start seeing that all the time, and there's kind of a mundaneness that comes with that too. I mean, it's exciting to know that it's there and utilize it, and to be able to be in touch with that type of proportion that isn't visually seen but observable, and applying it to the way you conduct yourself, even in movement. But yet the stages of that are, it takes a type of joy, a type of imagination joy out of things, because everything becomes so solidified at that point that imagination doesn't have anywhere to propagate itself.
What do you think is occurring when we're using the concept of math or numbers to us? Like to gauge things.
To me, it's a way to create. To me, it propagates everything from vibration, which is felt, but it comes in variables, which are different numbers by distance of wave, SSID, or whether it be frequency, which is the pitch, and another type of vibration that has a measurement to it in waves. Everything, to even throw in a rock in water, there is a precise measurement to the ripples according to the proportion and size of the weight that you've thrown into the water and the density of the water, shallow, deep. I mean, all it does is reveal variables of the creation to me, to show me more of the creation.
Because what's coming to me is when somebody hears a sound and then they give a note to it. That's a D minus, for example. For me, comes to me is it's just verifying more programs, conditionings. A person's learned a craft. I'm not here to take that away from them, but they're revealing that they've been programmed here. And then to try to describe the bigger picture with a part of the program, it's kind of misleading.
Well, that's
I say that, Axis, because I think the language of this realm, we can use numbers, mathematics, but this is the anchoring realm.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a creation thing. I think it's a anchoring way of communicating.
It's a dimensional space. It can embody this type of dimensional space, and it's only as relative as your understanding of it. Because if we were, say, John, me and you were in the fifth dimension, the third dimension would only be as relevant as was our senses being aware of it. Our main concern would be interacting within that fifth dimensional space. And we would be trying to figure out the form and function of trying to do that with an understanding and a reason. It's just that right now we're trapped in a three-dimensional space. So it's form and function, but it's understanding that, yeah, that you go down to 2 dimension and 1 dimension, and then the fractalized nature, because you can't get something from nothing, it's just building advanced levels of interpretation, observation, advanced levels of observation, interpretation, experience, interaction. You know, in the 4th dimension, I would be able to see the form and the function of a tesseract by all angles, the inside, the outside, the front, the back, you know, the up, the down. But in the 3rd dimension, I can't. So existing in that tesseract state of mind as a being, then the 3rd dimension becomes almost like the 2nd dimension is to us right now. You catch what I'm saying there?
I'm following you. I guess maybe I should share with you my views that the 1st dimension is the physical, 2nd is the emotion for me, and the 3rd is the mental. So
Okay.
for me to be in the 3rd dimension, I'm actually using my mental. This is where numerical numbers are played. The emotion is the 2nd. So when I think of animals are physical and emotional. Humans are physical, but we as the beings come in and we can manipulate and alter 2nd and 3rd dimensions, both the emotions and mental part. The physical, then we would have to say, listen, can I manipulate it so I have an extra thumb? I can't do that. I could probably get technology that's slowly creeping up to say, yes, I can put another thumb on. So again, the 4th dimension is beyond the third and 2nd dimension. That's why we use three words, like we use CIA, or we use numbers like 111, opposed to acronyms of 4s. Again,
Right.
we're in the 3-dimensional. Now, some people will try to use like designs like a cube, for example. I said, no, you're just using the senses to describe things. But the dimensions we're talking about, they're not the way people say, like, do we see emotion? Do we see the emotional plane? Some people can. Some people go into it. Do people see the mental planes? You know, hence why people do astral traveling, for example. Who's doing that? And where's it coming from? You know, because people get so anchored in the physical that they actually ignore the other planes. It's not because they're not doing it, they're just ignoring it. This is why when we communicate with words, we don't see it on the object. We just basically associate to an object. But if a person ever breaks it down and they start saying, I could use many words to describe that thing, yes, you're experiencing more in that dimension than you ever do in the physical. That's why we
Right.
call
And
something. Go ahead.
I like the analogy you have there with your observation of spatial dimension also being applied to you know, the mental and the energy dimensions of it. You know, the association of love and interpretation as opposed to the spatial dimension of, you know, this degree to that degree to determine a mid degree of actual spatial dimension. That you've got a mental dimension approach to it, and then you also have the mathematical, pliable mathematical, but they're still equal. Neither one's greater than the other. It's just 2 different concepts of something that does exist. It's just 2 concepts of the same thing on levels of energy.
Yeah, they can all come from the same source access. They all could be, but to entertain it for some people, they have to start slowly saying, you've been doing it or you've been saying it, but you just never made that association. You know, this is why when people get that aha moment, it's a few and far between for most people, where it should be a constant. Oh, so I'm actually having thoughts. Yes, you're experiencing thoughts. You can even observe thoughts. opposed to just thinking that you own them. You know, this is where people get lost. They think that they actually are the thoughts that they have, let alone they think they're the vessel. Then they have to start, they're not questioning those things. Well, then who runs the body when I go to sleep? Well, those are two questions within one. Who are you and who runs it? Hence, know thyself kind of ideal. Who's the knower and who's the self? Those are just fundamentally beginning kind of inquiries. Not to say we're going to have answers, but you'll get more inquiries. But unfortunately, for a lot of people, they're just not interested in that. And how I
It
know
allows
that
you to expand.
you can, very much so. Yeah, I'm with you, Access. You've expanded a lot of other areas where Access, you're already on the fourth train. Meanwhile, most people don't even know they're still on a scooter. But again, I'm just using those cheap analogies. But again, these are for the people that are truly trying to either seek, do some research. The ones that think they know a lot, I said, well, then you should be challenging yourself that much more. You know,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, they don't. They want to make a living off of it, which is fine. Again, I say it's fine because it's a fine line, you know, but they're not ever put a little weight on that fine line to see if it can actually hold.
That's
Again, this technology that we have right now, we're using it. You're always going to get a lot of people coming out of the woodworks. I'm going to make a buck off of it. Oh, people are writing books. So I'm going to make a buck off of it. You know, people are selling sports. They're going to make a buck off of it, which is fine. But even that, I would turn around and say, well, at least try to understand how fiat currency works.
right. And if you have a reasonable product or reasonable sound that somebody's willing to pay for, then you know it's definitely a marketing strategy. But that's not necessarily what it's turned into. You know, for the sake of everybody's independent ideal of being YouTube famous. And I think if you go at this platform with that ideal, they should have a separate channel for those people.
Then YouTube wouldn't exist. It's kind of like people that sell books. If people understood what a New York best-selling time, how it really works, they realize, oh, that's orchestrated. Sure, it is. But again, that's each their own. It goes back to what they want. Do they want to promote the guy that says, I wrote a book and my name is PH, whatever, I'm a doctor? I said, that's just your ego talking. And even that, they coined that. It's so lovely because most people don't give a damn about God. They're not concerned about God. If they were truly honest with themselves, they serve in the self. It's all about me. I'm living in a glass bubble. I make sure I line it inside this way. When I throw rocks at other people, it doesn't bounce back at me. Okay, play that game. But again, it's a product, like you said, Access. We all have a product to service, but most people don't want to really offer it as a service.
I just thought it was really cool that I can show a person how to read deeper into the language of creation, because this is the language that the creator of this construct obviously used. And within that, you have the basic, but it goes so much deeper to things that can't be seen. But I can show you how to see them, or at least measure them. And I thought that was something that people would really be interested in, but I found that they could give a shit less.
Again, we've been conditioned in a lot of ways, Access. You know, like when you look at the luminaries, the science, you know, people would disassociate, and you would get the ones that would be wise enough to be able to grunt or just point a finger. Today, people have to put it down to pen to paper so they can just be more programming. You know, unfortunately, if somebody understands, you look at the luminaries, the ones that want to use the written work or oral speech, it does assist, but it can also harm. It's like a calculator. A calculator, when it first came out, it could be very useful, but it also has a side effect. It'll dumb down most people.
Right. I was going more towards the application of structure. You know, people are overwhelmed by the pyramid. Well, if you understand the mathematics and the dimensional design of it, you understand why it is what it is, how it withstands the test of time, why it is the most proficient, and you develop that this thing right here is probably the safest thing I can be in for shelter, and it is a solid structure. So you learn something from that. You can take it to a much higher degree so that it fluctuates a proper energy flow, so that the sun rises at a certain point and sets at a certain point, and it becomes a functional tool then. And it has all these things within it instead of just a mud hut in the middle of a field somewhere.
Mm. Again, I go into the premise access that if people follow the concept, all the many stories of fallen angels, that this technology has all been handed down by them, and they have to play with the idea of being limited with ages. This is why when people follow Allah, Jehovah, the I Am, I said, or all the Hindus, how do they not know they're worshiping fallen ones?
Right.
Lesser technology, which is fine. Again, regardless, we're all in the same boat together. Whatever created nature and the clouds and the sun, and then whatever's been making things like bridges and Wi-Fi and all that, to me, those are distinct different.
Well, that comes with a humbling of understanding that, first off, you didn't make it. Second off is that knowledge wasn't yours. And third off is it was probably done before.
Mhm.
So until you can humble yourself to understand that you play no part in that, other than the observer or the user of it, then, you've only got to advance,
Mhm.
to become something more than the observer. You've got to understand the whole internal workings, which is what I did with structure of this
Mhm.
creation.
But that's the thing, Access. Unless the person's honest with themselves, that humbleness won't occur. And most people don't realize the concept of schooling and religion and state has worked on them.
Hmm.
How many people get converted from one to another, opposed to saying, I choose not to be converted anymore, but I'll just take it for what it is. I will be the observer of those things. I will not vote anymore. I get to play around more now. But most people feel as though they got to take a side. I don't agree with
Right.
religion. Okay, so you've taken another dogma. You went to state. Well, I don't agree with state. Well, I believe in flat earth. I said, you went from one dogma to another, to another. And most people don't realize how self-absorbed they are. They tell me their stories, how they see it through their eyes of their beholder. I'll never see it through your eyes. Same with Plato's cave. I'm never going to see it through your eyes. You can share out loud. Who are you trying to convince here? How many people use a insecurity with a false sense of security to tell their story over and
Well,
over? That's the shit that goes on. And dare not somebody push on it, and then they get all defensive or attacking. I said, on top of that, you're not even true to yourself. A person that's true with themselves is not going to waver. I'm a crook. I act like a crook. I talk like a crook. I'm not going to waver. I'm a good person. I talk like a good person. It's the one that says, I'm a good person, but meanwhile, they'll fuck the tax system. I said, well, then you don't understand the system, then do you? Again, more people being boys and girls pretending to be adult. I don't give a shit how old they are. Their vessel's older, not you.
right.
I'm 50 years old. No, you're not. Your vessel's 50 years old. When did you ever get the idea that you fucking age? Well, I don't believe in that shit. But the fact that you just said believe, get the fuck out of my face.
Right. Then you're ascribing yourself to limitations, variables, and measurements.
Yeah, then you wonder why the concept of attachment. Forget about resistance. Even though resistance play a role, think about people that have to do muscle building. You need resistance. But if you're attached to, I like to eat my potato chips, you're not going to build muscles. So value the fucking concept of resistance. But your attachments are getting in the fucking way. What you learned in school, throw it out the fucking door. What you agree or disagree, throw it out the fucking door. Or bring them all in the
Right.
door. Bring them all in. You want to philosophize? Give me the whys. I don't want to hear about fucking Socrates. I don't want to hear about Kant. I want to hear about philosophy. I don't want to hear about Jesus, Muhammad, or Buddha. What's the teachings? Those are the kind of conversations some people should have from within. Then something inside you said, you're finally ready. You're not like one of these other fucking doorknobs. going around saying shit like, I'm going to go down the rabbit hole. Do you look like you're a fucking rabbit, you moron? Why would you want to go downwards? You know, but
Down the
again,
rabbit hole.
that's the parroting going on. Mandela effect, parroting.
Yeah.
Flat Earth, parroting. We love Donald Trump, we hate him. More parroting. And I'm offending a poor bird, but what does the bird do? It just parrots what it's been told. Dare not it starts thinking, well, you don't ask me any other questions.
That's what led me to understanding the geometry and the I guess kind of the underlying structure of the pyramid. I'm not trapped by the fascination of it being some type of, energy producing machine for world. I wanted to know the structure. Why the structure? Where's the geometry that I'm not seeing? It was that led me into geometry we couldn't see, because it has obviously, along with many other megalithic sites, proportions that allow it to withstand time and weathering, and is structurally sound and secure, but yet holds such a proportion to it that you can measure different ratios with it. The circumference of the earth, the speed of light, distance to, one point to another, your solstices, everything is locked within this particular shape, which is also structurally sound. It's no surprise it's a platonic solid, one of the fundamental building blocks of the language used to create this place. It's one of the geometrical languages, which holds math, but it's a varying math. It's a variable that can be changed according to size, which brings you into a fractalization. And I'm learning more about understanding the fractal nature of us being on a repetitive system that repeats itself like an octave, because that's all that is able to be sustained within this dimension, this proportion, this state. Now, we might hit semitones when we go to the fourth dimension, and semitones may have just as much relevancy as a full octave or a whole note or a half step. And then you get down to, subtones and fractal tones. That may be sixth or seventh dimension, still applicable, but probably more applicable in that dimensional realm than just the observer here in the third dimension who doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground yet. And it's right there in front of you. It's written out in a language.
Thanks for sharing that, Axis. Enjoyed that.
It's indiscriminate. It's self-perpetuating. It identifies itself because it is. I can't imagine putting emotion to mathematical equation unless there's humor locked in that equation somewhere that's going to allow that type of release of stimulation from the brain. Does comedy, does humor have an equation? Yeah, it does. There are formulas. There's formulas to music. There's formulas to being serious. There's formulas to comedy. There's formulas to drama. There's formulas to horror. It's what type of equation you're using to build that scenario to get the brain to react to that stimulus, and that's environmental. I think that's one of the ways they've been able to engineer society as well as they have and honed it as well as they have. The subtle nuances within the equation.
Well, there is certain things among us that is constant or at least familiar, like numbers and colors.
Yes.
Opposed to like there'll be different parts of the world, people speak different languages or use different types of writing skills. But the constant is numbers and colors, how we see them. So
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Don. It's numbers, colors,
could be others,
and
symbols, maybe symbols to a certain point, like a shape, like a triangle. Most people are going to understand what a triangle or a circle is.
geometry, basic geometry to advanced geometry, depending on how far you want to take it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's all relevant until you get into the realm of speculation, or you start applying your own kind of imagination, conceptual imagination to something that would then make it humorous or dramatic. You'd have to change the variables. A knife is a knife sitting on a table. It's either a tool or a weapon, or it could be a source of comedy or tragedy. The knife is just a knife. It's the equation. It's the energy and form put to that, and the equations that you take with the energy you apply to it that creates the scenario for what you're going to draw from it. And that changes with everything, but it doesn't take the state of the knife away from itself. If you catch what I'm saying, the constant. Go ahead.
Well, the constant. I was going to say the constant for me. What's going with it is, it's an object. It's just when we start calling it a knife. So now, can it be used for tragedy? Yes, that object. We could replace that now with a boulder. But again, is it a boulder? It's an object that we actually give language to it. In this case, even me saying the word object, I'm giving language to it.
Right.
That's the part where a lot of folks miss that part. You are describing it, but that's not what it is. But we need classifications. We need labels so we can identify it. And as we throw words to it, we're throwing the sounds and frequency to it. And of course, because we have liquids around us and in us, then it holds. So, but if a person looks at it and say, I've never heard the word knife before, and then I got to keep pointing to that object to tell that person that's what that is. No, I'm programming that person now. But that's not where the knife is. The object is there, and once you start realizing the table's not even there, I'm not talking the way people say, well, Don, but you're trying to tell me it doesn't exist. I said, what I'm telling you is the word table does not exist there.
No, just object.
Yeah, and again, we're trying to use a word to describe it. But, this is where people play with the unknown and the known, subjective and objective, but they never really break it down and say, what does it mean subjective and objective? What does it mean subconscious and conscious? One is in the waking state, what they might call the enlightenment. The other part's coming from somewhere else. You just never see it. And that's why we have more experience. I could call that a kitchen knife, a kitchen dessert knife. I use many words to describe the same thing. So do they exist? Or am I experiencing more in thoughts than I am in the objective realm? The physical realm, the evil realm, the material realm, the matter realm. Again, many words.
Identifying the form and the function to the image, and then making that relevant to a frequency and a vibration or a tone. Because once you take that into to to potential. It could be any. I mean, it could be any state of knife that you imagine,
Mm-hmm.
depending on the interpreter.
Mm-hmm.
But
You're
the
right.
fact that you call it a knife separates it from a wagon wheel. So we identify through these various frequencies, but still try and proportionalize it to our understanding. I think that's where a lot of things get lost.
Mm-hmm. And then when, just to validate that for other people, because there's many ways to check it. So, okay, that same object we'll call it on the table, somebody comes in with a Latin explanation of it, or French, or Mandarin. Does that prove it or confirm it doesn't exist there? But the object is still there. Again, this goes back to all the different conditioning going on. I had to be conditioned this language. I had to be conditioned and programmed to learn how to read or write. It'd be different if a child's born and all of a sudden, bang, it knows how to read or write. And even that, if it's one or two out of millions and billions, that's an anomaly at that point. It's not a regular pattern. So this is where people take certain examples and say, well, that's the human race. No, that's a rarity. The prodigy child that knows how to play piano. Now we can entertain, did they choose to come back sooner than later? Did they earn enough in the previous lifespan? This is what they've earned this time. Don't know. But even in fact, that I don't say I don't know, but if I did know, I would want to try to understand that or have wisdom.
I think that's where we come into understanding of transhumanism. Is as blasphemous as it may seem to a creator God, it's just a part of a forward momentum to the advancement of a potential species development. It's because at that point in time, let's say you procreate through even a test tube, and you start this new life form out that has a logical chip reader. Well, you can put the program of knowing 50 languages in that child or that newborn's head by the time it's a year old, just by having a logical chip reader. And transhumanism, the only thing that's stopping us from having that now is we don't have the wiring hooked up yet.
I'm going to entertain the idea that if there is or have been or still are gods, if transhumanism, as we've talked about before, actually, is a good thing or a bad thing, let's include other things such as, have we manipulated animals? Have we manipulated our environments? And if people say, well, yes, okay. So in some stories, they talk about manipulating the waters. Would we not actually be in favor of what the gods have done? If they've been doing nothing but manipulation, are we not actually on the same path?
Of course.
Unfortunately, it's when people start assuming without actually taking all the different views of it and within themselves and say, okay, let's see if God did exist. Was it favorable or non-favorable? It's like when people talk about, we didn't go to the moon. What about entertaining that they did or didn't go to the moon, opposed to just saying one or the other? Either you throw them both out the door or you bring them both in. So in this case, animals have been manipulated. We've destroyed animals in a lot of ways. We've domestified them. That's one of the ways we can relate with them. So why would it be any difference if all of a sudden people are trying to manipulate so they can live longer? In a different form.
That's true. And if we're following any pattern that we set forth for being a creator God, then we are following that pattern by our advancement.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see when they use the term metaphysical. People may hear the word and they'll say, oh, it came out of Elon Musk or the guy from Facebook. I said, think about it. Metaphysical, beyond the physical. We are communicating each other beyond the physical. We're no longer in each other's presence and we're talking. We might see each other on a camera, but we're beyond that. We're communicating through a device. hence metaphysical, beyond the physical. Now, just because I'm still using my eyesight and I'm hearing my ears, but I'm still not able to be in that person's presence. If you access were trying to share with other people different kinds of energy, where being in a person's present for most people will be by far more superior than if you're trying to communicate them through some sort of device. In this case, like the phone or the internet, because there's a lot to be said about when we're in each other's presence, especially when we're still in a human form.
The human form, that's what I was about to elaborate on that. It was once you um, kind of like the Christian aspect of the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life,
Mhm.
and our interaction with those trees. Well, they were just, to me, forms of transferable information.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that.
So what we're doing by having a receptacle put into us to enhance our ability to retain all the knowledge of the tree of the good and evil and be able to develop our own tree of life is doing nothing more than mimicking the God which they set forth in that story, because that seems to be his protocol.
Unless whatever he created in his image is the ones that we're actually supposedly under. Again, I've had people tell me that there is gods, and then there's other kind of thing called demigods. But again, I'm just playing with words. But there is, I would value the concept. I can't say is, value the concept. There's images, and then there's things that are in forms. We form things. Again, it's even though it's persistent, everybody sees everything down here and it's material. They just make a quick assumption that those things up in the sky, what are they material to?
Right.
They could be nothing but images. Call it a hologram, call it an illusion, call it whatever you want. But just because I see something here all the time doesn't necessarily mean it's up there too. And let's say it is material. We haven't ever created anything or made anything on this realm that can stay up there for that long period of time. A balloon can only stay up there for so long. Even if it stays up there for a year. But we're trying to say that we've created or made anything like the sun and the moon, and the clouds come and go when they please. Some of them just disappear, and they just show up. Hence why we have like iClouds. What do they store in iClouds on the computer? Memory. What are those things up there? Probably more memory. Maybe that's what people call the heavens. We go to heavens, what we become again more that little particle of us, an orb, a bright light, a spark. I don't know. I'm speculating, obviously, with all these different words. It's easy to say, well, I know what the truth is. Okay, that's just lazy talk. This is my terminal right here. I want to go to New York, but my terminal, I don't want to go any further than my city. So you're never going to go to New York. Yeah, but that's the truth. Okay, sure. You fill your boots with that. I call that my interpretation access. That's just lazy.
No, it's just, I'm analyzing. I'm analyzing that. I keep getting caught in an indifference. I go almost emotionless with just an observation of information, and it has no emotion. It has nothing to spark it one way or the other than the fact that it's just information. It would be obvious to most who study to understand things that are created to realize that they have been created. If you study your own design and the design of your environment, you can see that there's uh, a rational state that this was created,
That's a
and
valid
then
statement.
we mimic it.
But I do enjoy the fact that you say you're being unemotional, being indifferent, because I know when I get into that little moment of when people say agree or disagree, I know that's emotions. I get passionate. That's my emotions. I know when I'm not in it, my passion, I become very, like some people might call it numb, being indifferent. No, I'm just observing it. I'm not weighing in on it in any particular way. So I can respect the fact that what you're saying, because I was just throwing a whole bunch of ideals, and I know I'm speculating a lot, and I know you don't always enjoy that, or at least I've heard you say, because you do a lot of work, Access. So, but you do know a little bit about me. I do like to speculate.
Yeah, it's just one of the side effects of what I've done to myself is it's almost like a methodical approach with an indifference to interpret, and it comes with a numbness.
Hmm.
There's no emotion there. It's just an empty, hollow fact, as opposed to a speculative or an imagination type speculation.
And the thing is, where some people might say, okay, well, that person's not, they're numb, or they just don't have any emotions, is because a lot of people are talking from an underdeveloped emotion. So the concept of, when people talk about Christ consciousness, for example, not just being Christ consciousness, you really have to develop your intellect, and you have to be very emotional, mature when you're ready to move on from those things, when you're in those
Yes,
states. If you're not, that's why when people do ayahuasca, they start crying a lot, because it just reveals they're not emotionally developed. You almost have to observe it as I use the analogy of fly on the wall. Even if I wanted to interfere, I couldn't. I'm seeing it for what it is. And I know I still get caught up on it. That's why I do what I do, because I'm here still learning. Unfortunately for some people, it's like, okay, Dom, you seem very collective or whatever. I said, no, that's a game I play with myself.
wonder if there's a further state of disassociation that's going to develop with this, because
And,
this is new ground with me, Dom. This is
Mm.
I had to quit communicating with probably 80% of the people and platforms and communicate. I shut down about 80% of my communication because I can't communicate.
well,
I
you already know, Access. You probably already know the only way you could communicate, you would have to come to their level of awareness. I hate to say the word level, but you would have to come to their awareness, and that's not you. That'll be like playing
no,
an instrument with a bunch of people that just picked up a guitar. It'll be like, okay, I'm 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 losing my own skills now.
yeah, I might as well be masturbating myself with these guys, using them to
This is fun.
masturbate because,
Yeah.
yeah, well, that's what it becomes. I mean, you're
Hmm.
playing my music, what I'm teaching you, you're doing the chord progressions that I'm showing you. So, I'm by proxy masturbating music through you. And in the meantime, I'm trying to satisfy my own musical, desires by having other people playing with me, but there's nothing being expressed outside of myself.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's that's a numbing disposition.
Well, in a lot of cases, it's wasted energy, and everybody involved actually. The one that actually does know they're elevating, and the other ones that aren't aware of it, it's wasting energy for both the one that's elevating and probably the one that's aware that the other person's wasting energy on them. It's always nice when you meet somebody that is. I know I'm parroting this, but honest with themselves, so they can say, "This is beyond my scope." I'll still hear you, Because if I hear you, I might note it, and I might meet somebody else that I can share that with them. But unfortunately, most people are driven by me, me, me. It goes through my gate. If I don't understand it, therefore I don't share with anybody else. It's noteworthy. Just note it. You know?
Right.
You know, the stuff I grasp with you a little bit, Access, is because I've been in with a lot of Judith's conversations when she used to have her classes and all that. So it's just, for me, it's like, oh, I'm meeting another person that Judith can relate with. You know, because a lot of people that she was trying to share with, I knew it was over their head. I could just pick up their energy. They were there because it was a social club,
Oh.
which is fine.
Uh,
But Jude learned a lot. She was teaching Sanskrit. She taught singing bowls. She was teaching about Reiki and all that kind of stuff. She's the one that actually benefited the most from it.
right. She was the one that was producing the energy for it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But it drained her, Access. It drained her to no end.
I have no doubt, because I know that just a small struggle with the day and inner dialogue that I'm having to come to the means of an end with a situation or an equation can be so taxing that I need to lay down and relax my face, my body, and my mind, because it requires that much energy to receive information from all those different points at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
and it exhausts you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we have another fellow. I call him fellow friend. Being, I recently texted her a while back. Pamela's left for a while too. It was just draining her too. Well, I probably miscued by saying it drained her. She just needed to back away from it.
Hmm. Because I haven't exhausted myself mentally to this level since I was in some of my earlier endeavors into, I don't want to say higher teaching, broader teaching. And I would get tired and exhausted from the studying and the learning. But now it's just the complexity of a thought that has to come to a determination within my mind, because I'm seeking that determination, or what it will define itself to be. And it's exhausting because I'm getting it on 4 different levels at this point.
Mm-hmm. I think anything can be draining. You know, people that constantly want to hate, or even when you want to share things with people, you'd hope to have its own leg and you can move on. You know, I never really enjoyed the concept of being, that metaphor of the bridge master. I don't want to be the guy that's at the bridge saying, okay, you can pass. No, I want to move on myself. But I like to share with other people, kind of like to meet other people that are tribe members. But then we're going to move on. Hopefully we'll reconnect again. But I get it. The ones that, even the ones that do all, I'll call it noise, they're not always there. They're leaving too.
Yeah.
It's too much energy to backbite, complain, look for somebody to pick on. To me, that's just more gang raping, as far as I'm concerned.
It is. It's a type of taking advantage of someone, at the expense of what they are by nature, or even the fact that they just are and they're available.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas mine is turned introspective, and I'm not reaching out for the information now. It's all coming from sources of different variables. Like I said, the same wall that I can smack into, I can also equate within dimensional space, and I can even apply it further with quantum mathematics, and it just goes, it continues, it just runs and runs and runs and runs, and it's all inside of you. It's just a reflective, how much you can reflect and observe outside of you that is already in you that can be recognized as a determination for where you're going to quit with that certain object, such as a piece of art. When do you stop?
When I'm hearing that, Axis, when I hear you talk about numbers and quantum, it sounds like, and I think I've heard you talk with other people about it, you enjoy trying to understand it, where other people, more times, again, based on the programming, people just want to be able to, if it presents itself, I just want to know how to use it. I don't necessarily want to understand it. I just want to know how to use it. It's like people want to just be able to use numbers. They don't really want to understand how numbers work. It's like fiat currency. People want to know how to use it. They're really not interested. Okay, so they print it, they disperse it. We're the ones that put value to it. That's of no interest to them. And even if it was for a lot of people, they'll give you, I don't think that's the way it is. Well, then tell me your version of the story. Or they'll use a quick defense such as, I have lots of it. That still doesn't explain how it works.
Right. Right, because I'm finding myself in states of numbness, almost. It's so hard to contentment in the fact that what it is just what it is. And it's only going to be any more or any less to the energy that you apply to it. Mm-hmm. And that comes with everything from manifestation to figuring out the dimensions of a stool or a chair. There can be that numb indifference that doesn't have a directive or a motive other than the fact that it's just pure information without speculation or some type of interpretation that you want to throw on it. It is what it is. It is constructed of what it's constructed of, and it will continue forward being what it is until it becomes something different. And that's numb too.
Well, you said obviously, Axis, you've shared with me that you've been in the music industry. Pretty sure you've seen a lot of people that weren't genuine. They're probably just groupies. They really probably didn't really fully appreciate the music, let alone you and the band's effort. So they just want to be there for the party, and that can bring a numbness to people too. So I'm guessing when I say this, Axis, I know for myself, I enjoy socializing with people. I took full advantage thinking live chat, been in quite a few different groups. It'd be enjoyable, wait for a conversation to open up, maybe be of interest to me or hear other people that's of interest. Next thing you know, I found out it was a consistent noise maker. It became like what some people interpret as a shit show. It'd be like going to a restaurant and it's going to be a nice casual conversation, having a meal. Next thing you know, people are bitching and complaining at the table. That's noise to me, personally. For other people, they enjoy it. Why? Because it gets them away from their own drama at other people's expense. And this is what I found out, and the ones that think that they've turned a leaf, I said, no, but you spent months using people as some sort of prop. And now because you're getting bored, you're going to come across that you're a caring, considerate person. It doesn't work that way. Mm-hmm. You're still that person. You're that person, that first opportunity, somebody comes in on the panel, or you bring them up and they're a noisemaker, you love it. That's the desire of the heart. Most people say, I lead by the heart. I said, you better be prepared what that does. As you're talking about the emotions axis of, trying to put that aside or numb it or whatever we want to use a word to describe it. But most people, they love feeding that.
It just naturally numbs. I mean, it just naturally, there's just a natural numbness that happens. It's like the brain stops, and the emotional interpretation of whatever it is you're endeavoring on comes to a complete halt, and it's a stillness and emptiness. And then the only thing that you have there is the factual state of things, of a thing or things or self, mostly self. It's all coming from inside of you anyhow, and it's being analyzed and interpreted on the outside of you, but it becomes just another equation once you take the emotion away from it. Be like being at Disneyland and having all kinds of money and passes, and the park was yours for the day, and you were indifferent to it. Didn't matter. You didn't care whether you were there or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's other interpretation again. It's like when people say, Dom, I don't vote. Okay. That's the best time to understand the system.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't vote, you don't have a religion. When you hate religion, that's a tough position to be in, to try to see it for what it is. No different. I am somebody, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Christian. I said, you've been compromised at that point. It's like somebody saying, I really, really love this one band. Well, then how can you truly say that you love music when you only love that one band? They play music, I won't deny that, but you've put favoritism into it. You almost have to be in that indifference. That's when I think indifference does serve. It's no different than ignorance. There's times we do need to use the word ignorant. We have to practice that concept of ignorant. You know, why would I need to know everything about everybody? I'm going to ignore a lot of the details. I'll skip through a lot of the major part and realize, how does that serve me to know if a person has cancer or diabetes or he's a trillionaire? The people that are pretty well off, usually they don't talk about that stuff.
No, it's allowed me to experience things without applying speculation, or even imagination doesn't. I mean, imagination kind of becomes dulled and not even present in certain situations and circumstances now because of information. I didn't know what I was getting into, Dom.
Well, there's a good chance. Let's put a little bit of onus on other. They didn't know what they were getting into when they're in the presence of access and what you were sharing. So they have to play their part too. You know, you were just doing your part. You just give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to use the word benefit of the doubt, and you're just sharing. You know, other people gave you an impression that they want to learn, maybe. You know, that's not an error on your part. Actually, I can't even say it's an error on their part. But if it is an error on your part, then it's also an error on their part. You know, and it probably did drain you access. You know, because then eventually you probably felt as though you had I know for myself, I can only speak for myself in that part, where I'm just going to try to explain it 40 different ways now. At that point, I'm just becoming an opinionated person with many ways to explain the same thing that a person didn't grasp the first time. You know, I remember my wife used to say that to me, Dom, I got you the first time. Well, why do you have to keep repeating it? I said, as long as it makes sense to you, Dom. I said, thank you, Jude. And it took me a while to hear it myself. And she repeating it, I said, yeah, as long as it makes sense to me, that's what counts. But like anything else, we're like children. I have this new toy. I want other people to understand what I'm going through. No, the word gives it away. Again, it's the ideal that when people start talking about spirituality, or you hear somebody talking about, I know how to get you to become rich, people all of a sudden, they just kind of got foggy in their head. Oh, I love spiritual talk. Oh, okay. I love when people talk about financial gains. Sorry, go ahead, Access.
I just thought it would be advantageous to some to be able to read and interpret the language of creation and their creator. That was my disposition, and it became profound for me because I'm perceiving and receiving in a different wavelength frequency from various points that I wasn't before, and I thought that would be I just thought that would be useful to people who were really wanting to understand the question that I've been hearing for years. What is this place? What am I? I can explain that to you now. I can show you how to endeavor and embark on that journey and discover things to explain to you your state of being right now.
Well, hopefully they understand that what they are beings too. You know, it's like kind of an overpass when some people say they're human beings. There's a reason. If we're going to use reason, why would they say you're a human being? You know, no, I'm a human. Okay, that's the beast part. But we're also a being. This is why when they do movies like, you know, not walk-ins as much as this is another species taking over, you know. Think about when they talk again, stories again, the fallen ones, they're able to impregnate men, men's daughters. What are these beings? Are we the offsprings? If we're going to entertain stories, you know, like any stories, you got to work with it. It's like numbers, you got to work with it. And hopefully people can either understand or comprehend. It's a similar word. They can comprehend and put them together. It's like putting a puzzle together.
Yeah, the stage of pure information reception doesn't come with storyline. It doesn't have a story to it. There's no I guess if it was like watching TV, it would be like watching static or background noise that makes sense, that is coherent. And that could be why it's so unappealing to people to truly know the answer to the reason why. Because in the end, other than what you apply to what you've gathered as learned experience in this particular stage of existence, all you're working with is background noise, a type of frequency, energy, and vibration that can be manipulated into variable forms to create stimulus in the brain. Once you go beyond that, it's in different equation.
Are you there? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I guess it's like eating a steak without any taste. You know, you know it's supposed to taste a certain way, but because of the state of it and what it is, it's accepted for what it is without any type of energy or stimulation put to it, and it's just consumed. Like I said, Dom, I'm having a real hard time communicating with people.
Well, the fact that you're aware of it, access, knowing a little bit about your access, you're going to break it down when you're in those states. You realize, how can you better improve the way you communicate? Again, it's, for me anyway, it's challenging when it's a group environment.
Right.
When it's more of a private, even though we're on chat here on live, but we've had our conversation when it's more private, whether or not it's being monitored by somebody else that's here or there. It's a different conversation, When I say it's a different energy.
Yeah, different energy. That's what I would apply to it.
Again,
because this is the first conversation I've had outside of my in-home, trying to relay information of these newfound states of information and receiving these newfound states of information and trying to express them. So this is the first time that I've entered a platform, open platform, a multimedia, where I'm interacting and trying to communicate the state of the state that I'm in, processing this.
Very access. I was just talking to Mark. It sounds like he's going to do a long fast. So well done for him.
Yes. Yes.
I know for me, if I could share this access.
Yeah.
I was going to share. I know from Mark this way, instead of me typing, I know for me when I've done long fast, usually when I break my fast, because then my emotions start getting in the way. There's something that I haven't addressed. Usually for me, it's the body first, then the mental mind starts playing games. And then usually when that eases up a little bit, and of course, your body starts changing. You got to be careful how quickly you get up and all that. But once I start wanting to break my fast, I know because I'm tapping into emotion that I haven't dealt with. For me, that's from my experience.
Right. Checking the cat out here. Yeah, there's whenever I do my binges and purges, there's a state where I get emotionally flooded, and it's almost an overload, because I whether it's the binging or the endeavor of the experience that I'm going out to achieve, but they're like you said, you can't have the good without the bad.
Mm-hmm.
And there is an excessive overflow of emotions and endorphins and pain receptors, and just well, you've seen me in purges. It's pretty overwhelming.
Again, this is where you were talking earlier about the emotions, like hence why we have words like, when people say, I'll just use the people that abuse, let's say, liquor. Then they go to a thing called recovery. You're literally recover. You're again covering something. And it's usually an emotion of some sort, whether it's anger, grieving, sadness, happiness, excitement, whatever. It's an emotion, energy in motion. And for us, this is where we'll say it in words, but it's challenging. stillness, and silence. The
Yeah.
silence is for the mental part, the stillness is for the emotion. The body is its own intelligent. As much as people want to think that the body, I've heard people, and they do, they communicate with the body. And our body will communicate with us. I know I've misstewarded my vessel. You know, I remember when I've done some long fast, I was able to kick that carb addiction that I've had. Being European, you know, I fuck around with my insulin when I eat a pizza. I just know me, you know, so my body pays the price. Go ahead, Axis.
Or starving, or, you know,
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, Axis, I eat. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I usually, as long as I know myself anyway, I eat to be more full than just, you know, for the hunger part. I've lost that sense, or I'm just too lazy. One of the two, you know. Where other people, they eat when they know they're hungry, or they know when to drink their liquids. Again, I know for myself, I can only speak for myself. I failed myself in a lot of areas. So if I can't steward my own vessel, how am I gonna steward land? You know.
Right. I eat as a necessity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if eating is necessary, then I'm going to fulfill that need just to perpetuate the body. It's, I guess I'm conditioned to that too, but I don't schedule. I don't set out to eat at certain times or in certain ways. So I am on a dietary plan. Um, I just eat when I'm hungry. You know, my body's saying, "Hey, you know, better put something in me, or we're not going to go much further."
And that's probably why when you get into those states, Axis, you're well suited for that. You know, even when I hear people talk about, oh, I have a right diet, I'm like, okay, are we just talking physical? Because there's a diet emotionally and mentally. And if we don't have those things in alignment, we're going to play havoc with ourselves. You know, especially if people like yourself and others, I'm going to assume a little bit your Axis, where they even understand where the luminaries have to be. You know, I remember I've done parasites cleanse. And the only reason why I know this Axis, because I have Judith in my life. She'll even tell me there's a certain time where the moon has to be when you start doing parasite cleanse with a fast, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's people have done the work. They share with other people. Either you have to practice it and then you embody it, or it just resonates with you. You know, other people will quickly say, "Oh, I think that's woo woo." I'm like, so you're quickly denouncing something, but you've never actually done the research? That's very lazy on their part.
Yeah.
You know, people speak for the sake of speaking. You know, if somebody says to me they went to the moon, okay, I'll entertain the idea. So how does that serve you to go to the moon? Well, okay, and you can tell me how much it costs. Okay, so you're not concerned about poverty in the world? No, that's of no concern to us. Oh, okay. So what did you learn when you went to the
Right.
moon? People bring in their own equation when they're hearing somebody else's story, when it's really just hear them out. Okay, so like Mark, I hope the best for him. I think Ian just did a long fast recently, or a 10-day fast, which is a long fast, by the way. You know,
Yeah.
so I was happy to hear that from him.
Yeah. When Ian goes to endeavor on something like that, you can guarantee that he's doing it. Kind of like me, when I endeavor to do something, you can guarantee I'm doing it. And you know, him and I both have been in states of recovery where it was very evident that we had traumatized the body and the mind sometimes. But you know that, you know, at least when we say this was the experience from this situation and here's the pros and cons, at least you can be pretty well satisfied that we took that endeavor. We did that fast, or we did that cleanse, or we did that purge,
Mm-hmm. Like an engine flush, or like any kind of flush. You know, some countries are practiced on a regular basis because you never know when you're not going to have any food.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I say this jokingly when you hear certain people, and just because I live in Canada, I hear some people in America, we have guns. Oh, okay. So have you ever fasted for 10 or 15 days? What do you mean? If they start bringing food to all your grocery stores, you'll see how quickly those guns, you'll gladly give them away to some drone that tells you, come to our FEMA camps. We'll feed you. Just bring us your guns and your bullets.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Now I
And
say
that's
that
true.
worst case scenario. Go ahead, sorry, Access.
We just had over 1 million people with power outages here in the United States, from Texas all the way up to New York.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, they didn't last very long this time, but they're talking about them intensifying. So whether they're doing it or whether it's the CMEs that are doing it, the fact is, the other day there was over 1 million people in the United States that had no power, none.
And whether that was
And
done
they
by
weren't
accident or controlled, doesn't matter. It's still people without power.
right,
You know?
right. And had it went on for any period of time, they would have seen that situation drastically change from a peaceful one to very chaotic.
Mm-hmm. And if it's for long periods of time, because people don't realize people do, but not most people, how everything's interconnected. Grocery stores would lose all kinds of food. So when they do start up again, they're going to have to charge that much more to make up for the money that they lost from the foods from before.
Yeah, I was keeping my eye on it because they're building these CMEs up to be they're actually, we're getting hit with some pretty heavy CMEs, enough where it's affecting electronics. Couple people have had their televisions get bars, non-receptive bars
Mm-hmm.
to their television.
Is that the solar flares you're talking about, Axis? Or
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
We got hit by one last week that thousands and thousands of TV sets have got two gray bars running down the middle of them now. A lot of people had to take TV sets back, had to take them in to get them repaired, and had to replace them because of one coronal ejection. And today we would have been hit by the same amount, which was videotaped. If it had been facing the Earth, we would have suffered the same effect. I mean, electronics would have been damaged, navigational systems would have been damaged, power, I'm sure, would have went down in many places. And this just keeps intensifying and intensifying with this particular band of storms that are perpetuating themselves from Texas across the Continental Divide all the way up into Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, all the way to New York. And it just keeps reoccurring.
And that's just America, certain parts of America.
Yeah, and that's just been the last couple of weeks. And it's been consecutive. And they're talking by midsummer, potentially states losing power for numbers of days.
Oh yeah, especially when they start kicking everybody's ACs on, air conditioners on.
Yeah. So, I've got to make a decision as to whether I want to prepare myself to endeavor into a situation where I might have to survive under those circumstances, or whether I want to put myself in maybe a location where that's pretty much the norm and that's how I function. Bare minimal desert dirt and, if I'm lucky enough to have a bullet instead of a bow, I might eat that day.
Well, you've told me before, you've done it before, so it's not as though it would be new for you. It's just a matter if you want to go back to it.
Right. And that's what they're kind of facing us up against um, as summer's going on, because the effects of this are getting more and more intense each time. It went from a couple power stations going down at the beginning to half of Texas went dark. And these storms come out of nowhere. They called them land hurricanes. At one point, they were so severe. And then the one we had these last 2 days were a repetitive cycle across the Continental Divide, all the way up through Kentucky with the electrical outage. And that was, every bit of that was blamed on coronal mass ejections, which they're contributing naturally to climate change.
Well, there's environment change. I don't know if it's necessarily just climate, but yeah, the environment, it's, if they start talking about openly on the news regularly about luminaries, people are going to start thinking, oh, that's all hogwash. But again, the ones that are aware of this, whether it's the lunar or solar calendars, and understand that a lot of these luminaries have been the ones that are forecasting or predicting the advantages of, like, say, for example, 3 wars.
Right.
2 of them already come to fruition. So again, this is where people have to speculate, or at least entertain the ideal. Can things be determined from a distance for what's going to happen here on the Earth, or whatever we want to call this place?
Right. That comes under, are we conditioned by the luminaries, or are we playing the script out using the luminaries?
I love the word scripted. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that one's been on my plate here lately too, because you got Palestine, you got the Israelites, you got the Russians, and then you've got damn it. I'm sorry, Dom. I lost my
No problem. But most of those wars could be just a distraction for other things that are going on.
Right.
Because why would they promote that on the media if it was like something that was really that important? Media doesn't do that unless they're just talking among their friends with their medias. Why would I need to know what Putin's doing to Ukrainian? Especially if you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dom. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'll forget this if I don't.
Go ahead.
There is a massive anomaly that's been coming out of the Antarctic all the way up into the Atlantic. And it's causing 60, 70-foot waves in the middle of the Atlantic. And it'll be there for maybe a day, and it'll disappear. And everything goes back to normal. And then it'll be there for maybe a half a day, and then it'll disappear. But it's been growing exponentially with each time that it appears.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not explaining what this is other than an anomaly. And I'm thinking, okay, this is coming out of the Antarctic. We've determined the point of origin, where it's emanating from. It's causing massive turbulence in the ocean. It's measurable by whether they're, I don't do the satellite thing, but they're able to monitor it from radar.
Mm-hmm.
And but it seems that nobody knows what the fuck this thing is.
Unless it's people that obviously that can do astral traveling, or people that we know, or the people that do like remote viewing, we're really not going to know what the extent of any of that. I'm speculating when people talk about CERN, what they created, or the Lucifer, the Vatican spending an enormous amount of money supposedly on something that is so many kilometers long. We don't know what energy they're really trying to play with. And even if they are, like anything, will there be side effects? Probably.
That's what I'm looking at, is side effects. If you remember, they launched those three missiles during the eclipse, and CERN put three projects into activation at full power during the eclipse. And then it went right after the eclipse, and apparently, I guess they shot the missiles off. CERN went silent on the results of their tests. I haven't heard anything about the results of the missiles or even why they were shooting missiles off.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it all just went dark. And I'm like, well, shouldn't we have got some type of result from all those millions of dollars you put into that shit?
Again, access, it'll be like, I give you many examples. The ones I'm going to give you is we're going to hoist up a guy like Musk, give him SpaceX, he's our distraction boy. Or the Vatican will say, okay, well, we're going to give you the story of Father Francis. There's your distraction. We'll give you Mother Teresa. There's another distraction. As they're giving you those distractions, the pretend bank robbers, they're really doing something else. You know, we'll
Yeah.
give you Donald Trump. We'll even say that he's going to be impeached. They're not actually ever do the research and realize no president ever gets impeached. I mean, impeachment or whatever it's called. But at the same time, they'll show you other people doing research. A lot of laws are being, or policies are being changed while people are being distracted in the media. They're thinking because we don't like Donald Trump. No, he doesn't count. Same with all these other
No.
characters. They don't count. Like Elon Musk, who's approved whether or not he has 40, 60 gazillion dollars? Don't know. Doesn't matter. Not really.
Is he turning the screwdriver on any of those robots, or is he creating any of the technology? I don't even think he's doing that.
And if people are honest with themselves once again, and they're always worrying about being practical, in reality, is he putting food on your table? No. So then why the fuck are you being entertained by it?
Exactly.
And especially when you get people, well, I think he's smart. You don't even got a clue of him. Just because he's on Joe Rogan, another guy that's probably been hoisted up there. Maybe. I know I'm talking with foul mouth now, but why, you honestly think miraculously these guys are up there because they did it out of pure fucking talent? It's like when people talk about, pen to paper, it's history. Okay, so they always manipulate history. So am I assuming all things haven't been changed? How Marxism is, liberalism is, how religion is. Of course, it's all been manipulated to a certain point for whatever agenda. It has nothing to do with, it's not concerned about facts or theories. It's about an agenda. And most
And
people, go ahead, Axis.
Musk hasn't said, nor has Gates said anything that intellectually has stumped me or went beyond the bounds of what I could say and research and give you, the outcome or the potential for. I mean, they haven't shown me anything. They've mouthed a lot of shit that I could look at everything and go, okay, that's deduction. That's easy. But they haven't given me anything to sink my teeth into.
Well, occasionally, Axis, a couple of fishes will get through the net. So you're the person that's probably either going to make sense of it or you didn't get caught up in it. But the majority of the people are going to be caught up in it. And there's a good chance he's not even talking to the masses. He's talking to the few and in codes so people can understand it. The rest of us, he was on there, he's smoking weed. Okay, there's a couple of times we did the SpaceX, and every time we showed you that it's coming back and it's landing, we lost reception. Really? Is that the game you're playing with us?
It is.
Sure it is. It's Rocky Horror Story. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's just a story that they make up, and they're saying, listen, if it doesn't work the way we had planned, this is the fun part. You'll see the masses, how dumb they really are. Well, we didn't go to the moon. We didn't go to the moon. Oh, wait, sorry, Axis. When one of the NASA things, it blew up, and there were 7 people on it. Yeah, they all happen to have twins. Get out of here. The reason is because none of them were probably ever up there.
No, I don't believe so, Tom. I don't believe so at all.
That's me speculating, but I'm going to always play different ping pong with myself. Okay, so when they stand up a rocket, they go on an angle. Is it reinforcing? There might be other land masses. Is that where all our gold goes, or the Earth's gold go? Are we trading resources for technology? Maybe, maybe it's all a possibility.
Well, one I can verify for myself is that since the eclipse and they launched those missiles, the hue of just the general hue of observation has changed. Almost like you've turned up the tint or the contrast on a television, and that I have noticed, and not only me, but many other people have noticed that there's this change in hue and contrast, and it's much more definable and in focus than before they shot them fucking missiles. So I don't know, I don't know what transpired there, but I do have enough feedback and enough people that have given me the feedback that said, yes, this is exactly what's happening to me. Because I'm not telling them what it is. I'm asking them, has anything changed? And then they're answering me, and then I let them in on what I'm observing.
Mm-hmm.
So that way they can't bullshit or lie to me. They have to give me their information. And a lot of people have noticed this change in hue, and the best way I can describe it is like somebody turned the contrast off, or it's like an old TV set to a new TV set. The picture seems to be sharper and has a different feel looking at it, as opposed to the old TV set to the new TV set.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure what the fuck they done.
Again, part of the orchestrating, or whatever you want to call it, manipulation, when they play with the pen to paper, it really doesn't do justice to descriptions. How were people feeling of old? How was the sun looking like back in those ages? Because we're coming up to this age, and transhumanism is being talked about. That maybe is what the sun needs to be doing, shifting, morphing, doing whatever.
Right.
Just us becoming aware of it, and then you start piecing everything together. Oh, is that why I hear speculation that they're building underground cities or whatever? Is there something going to occur? They tell people about, some sort of crater or something, but what happened if something else is occurring? And we're always going to be left out in the dark on this. And by the time some of us become aware, does it really matter at this point? It's too late for you.
Well, at this point in time, definitely, I would say so, unless something really profound happens. But I mean, even the media never covered this, but it is observable. People have noticed it. People have given me the exact same effects that I'm feeling without them knowing what I was feeling, which lets me know that something has been changed. Whether they done it or whether it was a natural thing, I don't know. But I know something has changed.
Yeah, there's a shift going on, Access, for sure. And people are probably seeing it because it's becoming, for most, not most people, but for a lot of people, they'll see a distinct change. And when people start becoming, because they hear other people, they'll observe it. Oh yeah, I realize that. Yeah, it's changed. The ones that have that ability to see that, where other people's like, I never even noticed the sun before.
Right.
It's there. It's same with the moon. It's there. It's been there the whole time. It goes back to the people that used to really needed, or when people were farming or hunting, they needed to have those people in their communities that actually did the studying of where things needed to be. Today, with the masses, it's of no concern. But when it comes to the certain people in the elites, they pay people for that stuff still. They want to understand when's the best time to bring in the digital currency, when's the best time to do certain things, you know. I don't think it's the elites that do that. I think they pay people. Now, whether or not that's us coming back as old wise souls or old wise people or beings in this case, and they just figure out who they are, and you know, most of us will settle for our comfort, so we'll pay you a whole bunch of money that we can print at any moment.
See, I think a lot of that genetics that they were, well, with the virus and the blood or the testing they were doing and all this genetic recovery that they're doing, I think they're trying to salvage a genetic bloodline.
It could be access. Like, you know, I just heard myself saying this the other day there about a virus. Can language be classified like a virus where me and you might only learn so many words, but how do we pick up all these other words that we have? Are we picking up? It's like a woman that's an alpha around a bunch of whole women. When they start hanging out with each other, their blood cycles start unifying. So that could be what some people might call, I can't say it's the best word, but a virus, where we start becoming attached to each other. You know, cancer cells, there's one too, where can it read each other? You know, I hear stories of people that my loved one had cancer. They went into a remission, but now I have cancer. How does that work? And especially when they start testing, they have different diets. You know, so we can throw that out the door. Maybe their environment, or what about the bodies communicate with each other? So if one gets activated, the other person gets activated.
That brings me to something I've been really looking at here lately is with the timeline of the human species and the various genus of a species that comes out of being human. It hasn't been that long ago that there was a mass mixture from a less polluted gene pool and DNA to a more polluted and bastardized version of what that particular breed of human was. And I don't think it's been that long ago.
Mm-hmm. That could be a shorter period of time, the way people explain it. You know, it might not be thousands of years.
I don't think it was thousands of years, Dom. I really don't, because, you know, when you look at like the Asians, they were very adamant about keeping the Asian bloodline pure. You know, even some of your other, I guess, more profound tribal nations kept a bloodline pure, and then even the aristocrats seem to carry something about a pure bloodline. So I look at this and I think, well, it ain't been that long ago that bloodline was pure. It's only been within the last few hundred years that particular breed of human had its own genetic, you know, code that marked this as being common code for this particular tribe of you know, humans. And now that's becoming integrated, and you don't know what kind of genetics are in there anymore unless it's been controlled, because America is just a melting pot of whatever breeds and comes out is whatever breeds and comes out. And I'm not talking as in you know, Hitler-esque type master race. I'm just talking a pure genetic bloodline.
Well, if the bloodlines are based on, we'll call them red and blue bloodlines. Red's more the mortal type, and the blue is the immortal type. If the fallen ones, I'm going with the story, if the fallen ones had come down here and started impregnating a lesser species, you would want to keep the bloodline separate, even though you've fallen now. So we'll keep among our own, even though our offsprings are partly human. So that's where they would talk about the bloodlines. Now, the Asian, as you were talking about it, will keep our own slaves, or whatever you want to call them, and debtors, not mixing with other culture. It's like, let's not infiltrate other demigods' religions. So I'm a jealous God. You stay with my folks. I am the I am. I'm an Allah. I expect submission from you humans, even though you guys are going to say, yeah, you'll submit to my will. But meanwhile, you're still playing with your own fucking will. Those are the
Right.
hypocrites at that point. But hey, the fact that you're praying 5 times a day to my new location, Mecca, it tells me you're still asleep a little bit, but at least you're following me aimlessly. Well done. But again, and give me a sacrifice while you're at Mecca. Again, these are human beings, in this case, the human part, that are really, humans are like any species, like animals. Left to their own, they would be wild, they would be untamed and wild, which is probably what we were designed. In this case, the form was designed. But because something else has infiltrated it, technology comes. It'd be different if the human race says, listen, we don't want Wi-Fi. No, you love it up. You love the technology. We gave you cars. You love it up. You like a plane, don't you? You love it up. It'd be different if none of us were resisting all this stuff, but we're not. Now, we might be forced by saying, I need it for my job. Oh, okay, so what do you like? Do you like your comfort you get from that piece of paper? You can go to somebody else's grocery store and buy their food? Well, yes. So you still love it up. I'm just using the word love it up. It could be whatever.
Right.
That's where we're at. It could be many parts to it, but that's where I kind of sum it up in a very small, narrow view kind of way, where if these are beings that are being interfered or has interfered, hence the alchemy, where did all these language comes from? Who gave us the concept of the smiths to do steel? Understanding how to consume gold or how to do hemp, just by accident? Am I to assume human beings are that fucking, in this case, humans, are that wise?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so, Axis. And I know I'm speculating, but I don't think so. Now, that might be just me projecting on myself, but.
That's why it seems like the more that the culture was genetically controlled, the more almost the more technical their architecture and their government seemed to be. It was almost like it's like they had culture, whereas now culture has been so skewed, and especially by Western civilization, that it be a melting pot. That I don't see this country as having any other culture than reckless abandon and disposable.
Mm-hmm. But isn't that what all the empires have ever always done? The British Empire, the Roman Empire, it's the same empire. That's all it does. It's a corporation that says once we go bankrupt, we'll just move our shop. We're not concerned about the end result. We're going to loot it while we start it. It'd be different if somebody says, "Oh, we have to go bankrupt." Well, what do you mean you have to go bankrupt? Well, we started the business knowing we're going to go bankrupt. But how do you do it? We just don't tell everybody else.
Right.
We'll loot it from the inside out. Let the Americans, in this case, it's the Americans, let the citizens have to deal with when we leave.
Mm.
And then the people say shit like, oh, Japan, China's running everything. No, all the corporations are there now. They've already left there. Yeah, but nobody's allowed to do business in China because that's what they've established. Again, when people, and I find this humorous, where people start talking about nationalists, you're missing it. There's people that play the globalist game. And as long as you're not the ruler, and they are, understand their game. If they're Luciferians, understand their game. If they believe in pedophilia, understand their game. If they understand, they like to rule and print money, understand their game. Now, most
Yeah.
people turn around and say, well, I don't agree with it. Then why the fuck are you in their game? No, that's
Yeah.
hard for a lot of people to swallow, and they do. Why? Because they swallow their own words. They say shit. Oh, well, no, I don't agree with it. Okay, that means fuck all to me. But go ahead, tell me why. How you think that's going to solve your situation by saying I don't agree with it? You're still going to go to school. It's like a child. A child that doesn't want to go to school because it wants to stay at home. Mother says, no, you're still going to school. Yeah, but I don't want to. And then they start doing a tantrum. Tell me when you're done. They start crying. Tell me when you're done. You're still going to school. Whether or not I
Right.
fail you as a parent, you're still going to school. Sorry, go ahead, Alex. My apologies.
No, you were definitely hitting it there. I'm agreeing with that. It's because of the fact that the more they allowed the melting pot of the United States to become, let's say like you're going to go get a dog, people do adopt, mutts that has 3 or 4 different breeds in them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that's, a bad dog or a good dog. It's just a dog. But the fact is, the dog that has the least amount of genetic interference is going to appear either in a particular form or it's going to serve a particular purpose more sufficiently than the one that is genetically just hodgepodge together. And go ahead.
What came to mind for me, actually, my apologies, but what came to mind was if something hasn't been modified and it's in an environment that hasn't been modified, it probably serves a purpose. But if something's been modified, like say the mutt that you're talking about, compared to something that hasn't been modified, but if the environment's been modified, the one that hasn't been modified, it's going to be out of place. The mutt actually is going to survive better than the other one would be at that point. Our environments, our systems, religion, state, and all that has been so tampered with. The one that stay true or whatever, they're the ones that usually on the outside looking in.
Right. Israel is one that you can look at and see that they've tried to keep a sense of genetic purity.
Yeah, for their God, for their demigod. I'm your God.
Boy.
I'm Abraham. I'm your God. It could be. I'm speculating. I'm not here to be hardcore or whatever. So I'll entertain any fucking idea. So whoever Israel or the lost tribes of Israel's are, or whoever the Jews are, okay. Last time I remember, it's fucking humans trying to say that there's something, which is fine. But
Right.
who are these entities that you're serving? I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing.
Yeah. And what is the importance of our purity and genetic bloodline mean to them?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the fact that if their bloodline was to reach its potential without being controlled, that it could be a threat to their survival because they would be more capable? So therefore they try and eliminate as many with their bloodline to keep competition low, or that that bloodline is being sought out so that they could be put in a position of power.
Mm-hmm. And how many people will manipulate, like say the recent craze about hemp, marijuana, whatever word you want to use to describe something, where they'll modify it, they'll alter the genetic alter so they can have more females. So why would it be no different if they modify the human race from a giant form down to, say, smaller form? Again, it's modifications. Would it serve the average human? Probably not. You know, because most of us aren't going to realize like even when you talk about the melting pot, fucking all the other countries in the world have melting pots. They just mask it by, you go to one country, they might give you the country's one of the origin of the country as the president, but everybody else in the company are all foreigners. You know, so again, that's just because the empire, which is in America, it rules. It rules with a very capitalist system where it takes advantage of everybody else, and as long as they can loot everybody else's resources, they can stay afloat. And they also have everybody using their currency. Rome and the Great Britain Empire could only hope back in those ages that they had what the American system has. But it was designed to fail from the get-go.
Right.
So it's not a big thing when the American, the economy already in America's collapsed. The currency's already collapsed. They've already decided they're moving ship.
That's what it looks like.
You know, but again, it doesn't matter where it rears its head, it'll be the same system again. And as long as humanity or the human beings want to participate and enjoy their technology, it's business as usual. It's just because once there's a transformation going on with technology, people think that there's some big change going on. No, that's just masking the fact that humans never really change. They're going to need food. They're going to need shelter. As long as you're in that vessel, it needs those things. You know, it's a quick 101 example. You look at a giraffe, you look at an elephant, you look at a monkey. Are they building cities? No, they're not. Not the way humans do. So there must have been something that's interfered with the human species.
I believe that. I believe that we were genetically altered somewhere along the line.
Mm-hmm.
But with that genetic altering, there was different subspecies to the human. I mean, you got the Caucasoid, the Mongoloid, the Negroid, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and then you boil that down to Native American, Japanese, you know, Scandinavian to South American. I mean, at one point in time, South America held a very pure bloodline until the Spaniards came.
What about access? Here's a possibility. What about we are the products of the fallen ones? And in the product as the fallen ones, some of us want nothing to do with our bastard fucking father.
Right?
What happened if the ones that fallen came down here, mated with the human species, had offsprings, and we're the product of it, and we say we want to go back where we came from? We're not interested in the fucking bloodlines. Bloodline shit is for fallen ones. I don't give a shit if it's red or blue. What are we talking about? Fucking those blue fucking demigods from the Hindu gods? That's their game.
Oh, yeah, it seems to be, they do depict variations of, I mean, whether the god be elongated, a skull, blue, or a giant, you know, there's always something differentiating them from us. But there has to be, to my notion, if you're going to supersede an entire civilization, and you do this by either polluting entirely the genetic line of everything that was created in a more natural state, and keeping your bloodline pure while everything else becomes, you know what a shallow gene pool does. You know, it doesn't produce the smartest or the best and the brightest. And that goes with cultures too. You know, there's some cultures out there that just aren't the best and the brightest. But it seems that there's been such an integrating hybridization of these genetic lines into a cesspool was also a kind of a reckoning of whatever created us or had a hand in creating us or created everything, or whether they're a subspecies, a fallen angel, or some type of divinity. It's also evident to me that they have left their mark throughout time. And if you look at the development of certain civilizations, you can see the exact same uh, indications that there was a source, a single source for each of these various uh, cultures strewn around the world. Though at that time, probably being a lot more pure to whatever, whether they were African or Asian but you can see that they, in a more pure state of genetic purity, they were able to conduct temples and large arenas and trade, bartering, warfare. And then when the races started intermingling, it's almost like we lost, each culture lost the edge the more it allowed itself to be infiltrated with, and I hate saying lesser genetics, but it's the truth. I mean, some people just have piss poor genetics.
Well,
And
the environment, we've shifted our environments to the axis. So moving from one place, if you were origin or you were conceived or you were genetically modified in an Africa opposed to Asia, then you would, and then when you start intermixing with each other, it would be unfavorable for the person that's moved to their location. So it's the same when it comes to fruits or any kind of food. So again, unless everybody stayed in their own corner, then they would discover the fact that maybe we were modified from somewhere else.
And yeah, and that's why I told you I agree with that. I think that we were as a species, whether we were modified originally to be each diverse culture, or whether they just did a clean sweep over all of our species, and we all have that modified trait in us and in our genetics that is either keeping us from being, longer lifespans, more endurance, healing and recovering at a much better rate, which would give a fallen angel aspect so much more control and power, especially if they were unseen.
Oh, they're able just to they can transform to whatever they want to. That's a different game now. We're just starting to tap into things like holograms and all that kind of stuff. So why wouldn't it be that, oh yeah, when you see us, we look like we're 600 feet tall, and the next moment we're like a midget beside you. Again, it's energy and motion again. We get caught up in what it's contained in, the form that we jump in. The other day I was having somebody talk about money's energy and that's what makes it work. I said, well, then how do you explain that to the plant kingdom and the animal kingdom?
Right.
Animals don't work for fucking money. I said, that's, I was trying to be polite, but eventually I just blurted out, that's fucking more indoctrination. Right. Energy is energy. Right. Energy is energy. It'd be different if you were using fucking hemp as money still. No, it isn't. It's fuck. Now, in an indirect way, you could say plastic, you create the dollar bill. I said, no, we give up our energy for something that's way less valuable, which is a piece of paper. In exchange for food and shelter, for a vessel that we inhabit. We are not those things. Even though it's constant and it's persistent, but we're not those things. Now, people have a time with that. I said, well, then have you challenged it? What do you mean? Have you heard about people going into a coma, people that get into hypnosis, who runs your body when you go to sleep, who running the liquid now? These are just simple fucking inquiries to make somebody scratch their head and say, never had those thoughts. Then what the fuck are you defending then?
Right.
A thought is the thought. And in those thoughts, you can question where thoughts come from. But if you have a thought, then you should be able to challenge those things. That's what a thought is. But questioning other people that don't do their own fucking homework is wasted energy.
Well, it would seem to me that genetics, whether we were crippled to certain abilities or whether they enhanced us to be better servants, there was definitely a hands-on agenda. And whether they could have a control over the quantum state of themselves, by being able to become more giant and gargantuan in stature, or even become shapeshifters of various forms in nature. I'm trying to get some type of bearing and grasp on, once again, our significance to them, and why was our genetics changed?
Maybe they know enough, I'm guessing at this point, Access, where you give all the different dogmas, because they're not, all of a sudden the human race finds out they've been so manipulated that they start revolting, and then eventually the ones that are the hidden hands have to show themselves. They say, no, we're not interested in that. We'll give you middle management, do your fucking job religion, do your job state, do your job science, keep them fucking distracted. The ones that go to university, they're the dumbest ones. Don't worry about them. They'll actually reinforce the fucking shit that we lead them with. But dare not
Right.
people start revolting, then and only then you'll find out who might rule over you. That might be a different game. Maybe it's like poking the bear. You don't want to really poke the bear because that bear might turn around and say, okay, you made it personal now. It's almost better to be ignorant at that point. Know a little bit, but not enough. Dare not find out that whoever these entities are, as I said, no, you're insignificant to us, but you do serve a purpose.
And that's what I come to the conclusion of is, we were created, obviously. We mimic, but it would seem, that which created us. By nature, we do this, but yet we are still not the superior state of our potential because of manipulation. So then I'm trying to figure out where to put some type of value on that. And I know you hear emotional harvesting, and you hear all these different speculations, but to me, I feel there has to be a practical, that's probably so obvious that, I'm looking right at it and seeing through it.
Well, that could be the catch. The fact that you want to bring it down to just the practical part, where I'll use the analogy, they use the police academy to find out the rare people that are in there, and they'll bring them into their certain places like CIA or KGB. Maybe you doing what you're doing, Axis, you're going to be plucked up. So yeah, we don't care about the masses. The fact that you were trying to do something practical, we saw that you were at least putting a lot of effort, and we want you to work for us now. And I'm not talking on the physical level, because once you bring it down to the practical, it's one of those things, we're trying to bring it back down to the senses.
I was recently brought to the realization that there is an organization that has deployed an individual to infiltrate my studies, my workings, and my home life. And they didn't reveal themselves till here recently. within the last month. And when they revealed themselves, I'm not sure whether they got tired of fucking with me or that they just seen that I wasn't going to budge and I wasn't headed that direction, regardless of what they had to offer. And now I'm living in a state of, how safe am I now? Because I don't feel very safe, Tom.
How so, Access? Physically or mentally?
I think if they could do me harm and get away with it, they would. But at this moment, all they're trying to do is infiltrate me. And they know that I know a lot of shit about their organization. And they made it a point to dispatch an individual to interact with me. And it was through their movement and that I realized where they were from, who they were from. And I must have drawn attention. I don't know if it was YouTube or just me being an obnoxious asshole towards certain groups, or whether it's got something to do with my son. But this individual has definitely went and above and beyond to try and infiltrate my home life.
Well, some of those things can be limiting for your own personal progress, especially if you're doing, energy work and spiritual work. If there's other beings out there and they're looking at candidates that would be the next potential being to do work, they would say, no, he's still being distracted by the egotistical people down there. Those people there, unless you're worrying them, I get it, you want to be there for your kids and all that, but unless you're caught up thinking that your vessel, your meat suit is that important that you're worrying, then I get it. We have to still steward the vessel, but if people are honest with themselves, they realize, well, I've been fucking that up from the day I was born.
Well, yeah, of course, I definitely have. I've abused the hell out of this body.
Again, that's just revealing more attachments. That's all.
I was just trying to, for myself, figure out what triggered them, what brought them knocking at my door. Because I don't recall saying, changing, or doing anything other than, maybe it's got to do with my son's bullshit and it'll pass once he goes to court and it'll be over with, or whether this has got something to do with something else. I don't know, Dom. I'm in the dark about it. It's as much as
you probably do know to a certain point. You probably do know to a certain point. You probably have certain attachments, and whatever these things are doing, they're just either being guided or shape-shifting some of the energy inside of them just to say, we're going to show you.
Right.
Because we all have those moments. Pretty sure when somebody says, Dominic, we're aggravating to you. Why? Because that's what you do. Yeah, but I didn't make it personal with anybody. That's why we're doing it to you very nonchalantly. But once you make it personal with somebody, Access, expect the universe to fucking bring something to make it personal with you. I'm very general in my statements. I try not to put names. I don't even have those thoughts of other people because I think that's just noise. For me, it's noise. But when somebody makes it personal, I said, you really want me to point my direction towards you now? That's wasted energy for me. Especially when we're in these meat suits. That's even more wasted energy. It'd be different if we're not in these meat suits. Then we can play that game. That's why I don't get upset with people. I might get upset of what we've become. A lot of us are really asleep. I'm still asleep in a lot of areas.
Yeah, I just been kind of keeping an eye on my ass and got my head on a swivel because, I don't know what the intent is.
Well, you can only know your intent, access. Other people's intent, unless they're honest with themselves, doesn't really matter what they say to you. They could tell you what, at that time, they could tell you a fairy tale story and then say, that's my intent. I said, not really. I'm reading your energy. That's not your intent. But hey, I might not say that out loud because that's not my role.
Yeah, I just don't know, Dom. Once I find out, I'll let you know.
No, you'll live it. I know you, access.
Yeah.
You'll live it. You'll live it and say, okay, I'll deal with that energy. If it's mine, I'll own it. If it's not mine, fuck it.
Right.
You know, a lot of times we take on energy that doesn't belong to us, even though we're always in energy, but it doesn't belong to us. It's not for me to learn. You know, this is why when people make it, well, but they're hurting who, that's their journey. I get it. In that moment, it's showing me I'm attached to something. I'm not talking because I've never done it before. I know me. I'm attached. Now, if I was totally like completely numb, like a psychopath or a sociopath, I don't give a shit. I said, no. You push enough buttons, you'll find a fucking sociopath's emotion. They just distract people because they like to see other people being triggered. I said, no, you psychopaths are that much more fucking damaged. I just don't want to probe.
Yeah.
Because then you have to go through all that barrage. Don't make it about me. I said, you're not talking to a guy that worries about me. Again, when a person's honest with themselves. That's a repeated word, but most people are serving the self opposed to being honest with it. You're the program, know your place. Not the other way around where I'm serving this thing all the time. I'm self-helping myself. No, I'm helping the self. I'm helping fucking Ceres. Ceres is not going to run my life. I'm going to assist it to better my life.
Yeah, see, and I don't have any, it's not a Lonnie situation. I don't have a big long story, or I'm not being targeted that I know of, but I can verify that they're trying to infiltrate my space. Now, later on, when I figure it out, I'll let you know, and it's probably nothing. It might have to do with the trial or, who knows. But the fact that I noticed it and they brought it to my attention for me to notice it means that they wanted me to know that they were there.
Well, that could be a test. Like it's like when people talk about, I was never a Christian or I didn't believe in it. And then when I converted and I turned my way to Christ or whatever, then everybody started getting in my face. I said, yeah, the challenge starts now. When you choose to be a fish out of water and you want to be an atheist or you think you're this or that, it's when you actually truly take a stance, then you'll get those spirits that challenge you.
Yeah.
Until then, these people that are challenge you, yeah, they could be great schools challengers, but you're never going to get to the bigger challenges if you can't deal with these smaller channels. And it doesn't mean about beating them up. It just means, yeah, okay, tell me when you're done.
Yeah.
It's when people get triggered and say, oh, I got to fight them. No, you've lost the battle already. If you think you got to fight them, I'm going to do my energy work on them. You've lost the battle already. Energy works in many forms, and it's not just about our energy. We're talking about water, air, wind. All that's energy, and they all interact. So to think that one person is going to take a whole bunch of people, get together, and fucking have energy on somebody else is wasted energy. That's what the elites are trying to do. And the only reason that works is because most people that are ignorant are using their energy unaware to fucking fuel their shit. So anytime you get challenge acts, you sit back and say, that was entertaining. You start fighting it back, you've lost the battle. They've got you in their web and say, he's not ready. He's still playing games.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just observing right now to find out what the nature of the beast is.
Well, we are the beast. We're in the beast form, the human form. That's the beast. But what fuels it, what's the essence of it, that's a different game. Like your son, I love him dearly. Even though I don't know him, his body's going to pay the price for his mental or emotional act.
Right.
Whether or not he doesn't have to spend time in jail, but karma always resolves itself.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm very aware that. Well, we spoke on that. I mean, I don't condone, any of the actions that were taken against the victim.
Mm-hmm.
But will I always love my sons? Sure.
You will, sure you will. I would think otherwise of you if you didn't. I'm like, something's gone in your life to think on that. Especially when you've told me some of your stories about your own upbringing. I'm like, no, you've turned a leaf on that. But I was just thinking, talking about this earlier this week because Lonnie has sent me something about being indebted in this realm as a being. It clarified why they give things like double life sentences. You're serving that in another lifespan. You're not just serving it in this lifespan.
Wow.
So, it's one of those things. I remember my mom sent it to me intuitively. Jude, I remember asking her, would you rather be in debt or poor? She goes, I'll take poor anytime. My mom's the same thing. I don't want to be indebted. People are saying it out loud. You don't want to be indebted to the system. People that are billionaires are trying to fucking get out of the system. But that $1 billion is not going to get them out of debt. You can only pay your debt with their printed money. How the fuck does that work?
Yeah, that's
Are we rigged? Has the game been fixed on us, Axis?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, quite effectively. And we pay taxes on our own money. That we're in debt with.
Well, we're paying at that point. We're paying tribute. I don't want to be completely nihilist about it, but it sounds like we're in a rigged game.
We are, to my notion. And when I was younger, I entertained the ideal of maybe being some type of opposition in a physical sense, or maybe being a survivalist or something. But practicality has set on me greatly, and I understand what my disposition is in the whole scheme of things. And that would be not only making me a victim and a target, but it would be pretty much futile against what they have now. So I'm just trying to get by with the least amount of resistance and the most experience that I can. But it's still, whenever it comes to infiltrating my personal space, little red flags and bells go off. That's just anybody, though.
Not to take away from, energies that some people want to call it demons or angels. They could be here to serve. Maybe not us necessarily, but they're here to serve.
Right.
It's kind of like, it gave me a little bit of a moment like, oh, so the energy called the truth on a horse, it's there to set us free. So then where are we living then? We could be what's called in the indebted realm. So if we can't do it ourselves, then something would have to assist us.
Right.
I'm speculating at that point because, stories are told. I know I'm talking from a written story, but if things were inspired or to be written or spoken through inspiration, I'm like, okay, is there partly something that's of value for me there? Could be. I'm not quick to say the truth because I don't know what the truth is.
No, and that's all I can, even in all my endeavors, all I can do is say that I am aware of a particular language that was used in the creation of not only myself, but our environment. And to me, that was pretty satisfying that I made it that far. Because I'm sure there's, lots of people with lots of potential that don't even, that never would cross their mind to even endeavor into such a thing. So I know I'm I'm touching some uncharted water. It's just that I got to keep myself safe doing it, especially this
Mhm.
day and age.
Well, when we had that incident that happened between 2019 and 2021, if
Mm.
you were a person that was in a coma, you woke up and was like, what happened? And then let's say you went back into a coma before it ended, and then you woke up in 2022. I'm like, was I in a split universe or something? Everybody's back grocery shopping, everybody back on the highway, everybody's on, you know what I mean? It just tells you, okay, the human race has a problem. We want to see if we need to interfere. No, give us a chance to show you how easy they're easily manipulated. Maybe that was our saving grace. We were so easily manipulated. Now, some people say, I wasn't. I said, trust me, you're manipulated too. Why? Don't
Yeah.
you wear a tie when you go to work? Don't you wear high heels when you go to work? Yeah, it's different. I said, no, that's conditioning. Conditioning, manipulating, programming, whatever words you wanted to describe that you've been altered in some way.
Yeah, that goes without saying, because the minute you start utilizing your environment, uh, even the food, the technology, the housing, or any of it, you know, you're a part of it then.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not implying it's a bad thing, access. I'm just throwing it out as a
No,
possibility. But for some people, they'll interpret it. Well, he makes it sound like it's a bad thing. No, I'm not. It's manipulation. That's all it is. Fucking, how do you think water works? It's manipulation of some sort. I'm using a word to describe it. It could be something else, but it's something in that same connotation. How do we manipulate rivers? We build dams,
mm,
and it serves a purpose. It might not be a purpose for the whole ecosystem, but it serves a purpose for the few. Could be that tribe that chooses to do that. Hence all the side effects. Side effects could be the downstream, a bunch of animals are being deprived of water. Okay.
yeah, they don't always look forward to the tragedies that come with some of the decisions that they make, and how it affects the environment and even us. I mean, entire towns wiped out because of levee breaks.
Mm-hmm.
New Orleans.
Yeah. Well, nature corrects itself. You know, in our short-sightedness, meaning that whether it's the few or the masses, eventually there's other things always occurring. Nature, the luminaries, things will always correct itself. And when I say correct itself, it'll put back on its pace, whatever that may be. Maybe it was designed to be that way. It's no different than a forest fire. Nature will have a forest fire because down the road there'll be a different kind of seed that needs to be planted in that area, and nature will work on it.
Right. Right. Just because I can, observe uh, a broader spectrum of the language of creation doesn't mean that I understand, you know, whether it's got intent or it's just completely indifferent to us as a species.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Sometimes it seems like it has intent, and then other times it seems like it's just completely indifferent.
What about if?
And
Go ahead, Axel, sorry.
no, please.
I was going to say this is off base, but it could occur. What happened if we were taught at a young age, some people to be able to communicate with cats and dogs,
Okay.
and then those cats and dogs said, "Well, since you're able to learn our language, we have some questions to ask now. What does happen to our animals when you take them away? What happens to the cows, the calves? Would we really want to be able to communicate with them at that point?"
Huh.
That's why I don't think we're taught to speak all their language, because if we did, you'd find among them they would probably have questions. So where do you herd all our cows? It'll be no different if we were talking to another species beyond us. The masses wouldn't be able to understand them because then we would have questions to ask. So what do you do with our species? Wish you didn't know our language, or we didn't know your language. Why? Because now I have to figure out a way how not to explain to you. We harvest you,
Yeah.
and we pick up your energy, and you'll say one thing, you're okay with it, but your energy shows you're actually thinking we're an enemy. But meanwhile, we treat our animals, and they're not even our animals, but we treat animals and the plant kingdom, the waters, the environment with fucking total disrespect. But yet, when it comes to hearing about, well, I wonder what's going to happen to the humans, it's only about time, isn't it? Not to say the humans are at fault, but you got to take the good with the bad. So if the humans were okay with another species splicing with them and they like their technology, you got to be prepared. It's your turn next.
Especially when you're born into it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just a part of circumstance.
It'd be different if people were pushing back and say, oh, that's it. After what happened in 2019, 21, we're all going to start farming and hunting again. No, we went back to the same. It's like when people, to do revolutions, prisoners go right back to their own ways of living. I got to go because I know where my food is. Everybody went back to the grocery stores. I'm talking on behalf of one of them. We went back to the gas stations. We bitch and complain about the prices going up, but we still went back, and we're going to still keep going back. It's
Yeah,
hard
we'll
to.
definitely have it.
Mm-hmm. It goes back. It's hard to hear somebody talking about they don't agree with fiat currency and all that, but meanwhile they're on, channels like YouTube. They want people to give them a donation. What type of donation are you asking for? Fucking Pez dispenser? No, you're asking for money. So how the fuck can you be talking about you don't agree with money? Be honest about it. Maybe not necessarily you don't agree with how they control the system, but if you're honest with yourself, if you were in the system and you're able to control it, would you not be a part of it? Sure you are.
Yeah, you can't. You can't participate and then excuse yourself from being a part of it.
No, that
I
feels
know that my contributions to technology and what I've given reign to in my own environment. I know I'm guilty of that.
I don't know if it's guilty about it. Actually, I don't think it's necessarily guilty. It's just being honest. It's like I can't go to a grocery store. Listen, I'll do your electrical work. Well, Don, where'd you get your tools from? Did you steal them from Home Depot? No, I bought them. So you're playing with money. One person recently was talking about I don't pay taxes, and meanwhile, he openly admits in the same sentence, but he pays the taxes when he buys something. I said, so you can't say that statement then.
No, he's paying taxes.
Sure he is.
Regardless.
Now you could play the ideal, am I paying taxes or am I paying tribute? That's a different game now. And most people never get to that point. What do you mean taxes and tribute? You're paying tribute. How do you think generational wealth family get rich and keep getting richer? Because you're working for the same fucking money, even though the generational wealth, they don't even play with it. They call that dirty. You're working with the same shit. And the rich will get richer and more people become poor. Because you're both working for the same piece of paper. The only difference is they print it to circulate with you. And you give up your energy for it. That's like people saying, hey, I got gold on my land. So people come there, they work the land, they bring the gold to me, I melt it down, I give them some pieces of paper, give them food and shelter, and then I put the gold back on my land and they're fucking digging the land again. Isn't that a game? Sure it is.
I was talking as far as my party is disposable society. I mean, I know eventually one day I'm going to have to get rid of the computers and the electronics and the TVs and stuff that I have here because they're just not going to work anymore.
Sure.
And I know that that's going to be waste put somewhere. And that's more what I was talking about is, being a good steward. Because I know that one day all this electronics is going to be probably in the landfill somewhere.
Hmm. Well, then you'll be better way of communicating with people. It'll be more face to face then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to keep the environment a little bit cleaner. But then
You'll be doing your part, Axis. The environment's still going to be, to a certain point, we'll call it pollute or whatever, but the Earth itself, it's quite okay.
yeah,
It's the species that are in it that are always being harmed.
Yeah, it's just I know that it's a contribution, but not as an excuse. I wasn't even aware of the damage that a couple laptops and the TV can do environmentally until these last couple of years. And when I seen the toxicity and just the raw poisons that come off of this shit, I was like, damn, man.
Well, you've been in the music industry. You've seen how music can affect people, regardless if people are happy with it. It makes them cry. It just tells them that emotions, in this case, energy, can be affected. So why wouldn't certain high pitch things like Wi-Fi, because you do your research on this, where when you start playing with high frequency that the human ear can't hear, wouldn't affect them. So the microwave kind of effect that we get from Wi-Fi or electricity, me being an electrician, I'm lining the whole house with electrical wire. Go figure that.
Right.
Or radio frequencies. It's just, everything has a side effect. What comes with comforts is side effects. What comes with convenience comes with side effects. And for some people, it's more harmful than others.
Yeah, I guess I had a bout of conscious awareness that everything that I have now that may be functional and I may utilize is eventually going to be somebody else's problem environmentally.
As we're using the technology, that's the fun part.
Well, it's hesitated me from getting new electronics.
Mm-hmm. But like any trend, we get caught up in, I gotta get the latest stereo system. I gotta get the latest scoop on news. It's just it's never enough. And then when you try to say that's it, I'm not going any further, then you feel like as though you've been outcasted from your acquaintances. What do you mean you don't have a new phone? What do you mean you don't have the latest car? What do you mean you're not buying a brand new or used car? Okay. That's part of the conditioning going on with us. What do you mean you don't have a 9-to-5 job? Would it make you feel better if I told you I have cancer and I have 2 weeks to live? Some people will say, well, I feel guilty now. I said, what do you think you were trying to do to me?
No, this is all on me. This has nothing to do with you. It was my own self-realization that,
well done. You're doing your part, Axis. That's all you can ever ask of yourself.
Yeah, I can't be responsible for my neighbor's purchasing habits or what he discards or what he keeps.
But we're affected by it indirectly and directly. So we will be affected by it.
Yeah, but I can mine. I can take the initiative to not go out and buy a couple of towers and a giant wall screen TV and because what I have and what I've been using has been serving its purpose and probably will for quite some time to come. So there's no need in contributing. And that's all it would be is consumption and contributing.
Mm-hmm. But when we think of us as the species that we inhabit, it is a consuming species. We eat, we drink, we shit and piss. So why would it be any difference when we consume information through a book form or oral? So technology is feeding into something that has already been pre-programmed in these vessels. Birds go around eating seeds, shitting them out. Next thing you know, there's a plant being grown somewhere else. So it's a constant circle going on.
Yeah, I tried to put that into words about how this place was created as self-sustaining
Mm-hmm.
without interference from us. And we probably do more to hamper it self-sustaining than we do to maintain it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, go ahead.
we just couldn't wrap their mind around the ideal that this is a self-sustaining environment and it'll get along just fine without you.
That when that presented itself to me, all our needs are already here. We just have to find our lacks, our wants. What skills do I have to learn? Nature already has everything here. And it regenerates. It's just when we start building areas like civilization, we start interfering with nature, meaning that the animals travel a certain way, and now we're kind of in a way of where they used to, maybe the bird flight path, for example, or where animals migrate. But nature will always correct itself, in my interpretation. How it does it might not happen in one generation or two.
No,
But the
it
environment,
may take a procession of cycles before it gets itself straightened out, but I do agree with the fact that it will straighten itself out.
mm-hmm, always does. As much as we look at, when people look at high rises, I said, I still see all those trees and grasses. I still see the clouds. I said, those things, we can probably modify them in a meaning that, people can actually duplicate a cloud, or maybe, what was the word they used it for? Grafting a tree of some sort. But ultimately, the initial seed are there, and there always will be there. We're just, as a human species, or in this case, the human beings, we're only tapping in to my awareness, only certain parts of Earth. The fact that
Yeah,
we
we
have
have
more
miles beneath us that we yet to even touch, and that's not to include the ocean.
yeah, and let's say even there's parts of our human race or some other species doing that, and we're not aware of it. It'll be no different what's on the top surface. There's only so much we're tapping into. Put aside the fact that there's these big bodies of waters. Are we truly living on those things? We're floating on those things, but are we living on those things? So whoever orchestrated all of this, let's just put a lot of hope and prayer or whatever, faith, that they're pretty advanced and they know how to keep their shit together. Because obviously what we're doing as a collective, I can't even say we're collective, as groups, sounds like either it's orchestrated that way or we're just tripping over each other's own feet.
I'm trying to figure it out, man. And I figured the best place to start was, learning the language,
Mm-hmm.
Learning the language of creation and the fundamentals of that, and maybe get a broader, in-depth understanding, and then start utilizing information resources that I haven't tapped into before from multiple points, aspects, and transcendentalism, and possibly, find somebody that latches on to that type of understanding, because I just to me, it was so profound that, I've got this information on the language of creation, and, they would rather do TikTok and throw their cheeseburger wrapper on the ground.
Maybe those are
That,
pregnant pauses for you to access. Maybe for you, when you come out of those things and you're purging, or you're probably sharing with certain things with people, but that's just your pause before you go back inwards again. Because
yeah,
everybody's on their own journey. Even when I share with you and I hear you, I'm very grateful. I enjoy our companies, what you share with me. But a lot of times, to me, you in some areas you must be talking to me in French, because I'm like, okay, how do I make sense of that? Well, Axis told me he goes into certain kinds of elusive states. Well, Dom, you don't do that. So then how would I be able to grasp what you're doing? It might sound nice to me. It might even entertain my mental capacity, but it's like anything else. Some people make it look easy, but I know behind it, there's a lot of work that's been done. So unless somebody's
Yeah,
willing to go on a journey, say, okay, this is what I've done, this is what I'm doing, um, these are the things I did do it, but it didn't really serve me at that point. And at the same time, I realized if I'm following a certain luminary, this works then. That's a lot of work involved. And to just share that with somebody and they give you a quick, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, whatever. It makes sense. The fact that they say it makes sense. Okay.
yeah, there's a disheartening when it comes to that, because it makes all those screams of them claiming to want to know the truth, or to have a grasp or an understanding of existence, and then somebody shows up with the first chapter of the manual and sort of just like, yeah, well, put it on the shelf. I'll read it some other day.
Well, then you might have to entertain them. You use what you know about people, put it in music and lyrics. If you like doing that
Yeah,
kind of stuff, and then you just put it in small little pieces. And listen, I'll give you the first paragraph of chapter one of 300 chapters in a song. I'll even put it in poetry. I'm not saying me per se, but because some people, you have to give them their sugar with the hearty stuff. Because that's what's going to keep them on, right? So I'm just putting that out on Access. You know, but if
no,
you
you're
feel as
you're you're right.
if it's meant
If
for
you
them to
don't
grasp,
reward them,
yeah.
they're no different than a dog or
Mhm.
any other animal. As long as you condition them to learn or give them incentives, you know, they're going to learn it. But without that conditioning or that incentive or that reward, they don't see that being able to read uh, some of the language of creation to be of any use to them. But to me, it's invaluable because when you can speak that language, then you can apply a different type of energy,
Mhm.
and you can do a hell of a lot more different things, and you can obtain information that prior to those endeavors you probably never would have encountered the information. It wouldn't have been available for you.
No, most people are never going to live a somewhat a wealthy lifestyle, so they might become aware of it because the technology gives them the glimpse of it through a media platform such as TV or YouTube. But that just will encourage people to either be envious or jealous of those lifestyles. But in prior ages, they wouldn't have known each other's existence, so they lived more of a simpler life. So for people to be aware that this technology has the ability to make people aware that there is people that are doing certain work like you're doing, Access, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to obtain it. But they might find out they might manifest a child that has that capability. So they'll be very grateful knowing that a guy like Access has recorded this. And hopefully
Right.
the parents won't interfere. It's like anybody else. A parent job is to guide them. If they know the child has a lot of inquiries, but that's not my specialty, you find the right person to bring them to. And that's the best time to bring them. Now, when they're 30 years old, say, oh, fuck, I'm resenting my parents because I had a gift, but they just didn't know. They just figured because they didn't know how to do nothing for me. No, you do something for me. Put me around the right person. Think about rich families. They bring their kids to the best music courses, music classes, or best sports academies. They give them an opportunity to, you know, excel those abilities. And not just using about music and sports. It could be understanding astrology, understanding how the weather works.
Yeah, parents that I've seen, and including myself, sometimes we try and live vicariously through the child, and we had shortcomings, we try to enhance them so that they don't have to go through that shortcoming that we did, but
Mhm.
in the long run, sometimes we're doing a lot more damage than good.
Mhm. Yeah, it's true. But again, that's probably a constant cycle. The ones that try to help their kids in the form of guiding them, making sure they're safe, both physically, mentally, and emotionally. Um, their rewards to those children could be either we isolate them, live among their own, or they go live with the masses and say, Dad, is that the reward you give me? Now I'm with the crazies. And I'm the one that I thought I was sane. I'm going to have to be insane now to be here.
It reminds me of when they let uh, the Amish, when they reach a certain age, they get to go experience living amongst common men and off the Amish community. And I think the ratio is 90+% come back to the Amish homestead.
How old are they when they let them go and then come back?
I think
Like how?
I think they wait till they're 18.
And is that study done both for boys and girls?
As far as I know, yeah, I've met
Mm,
several male Amish that were on that sabbatical from uh, the community to experience what this America has to offer outside the Amish community, and the ones that I've known have always went back.
mm.
They get caught up in stupid shit. A lot of them get charges against them um, because they're not familiar with a lot of the policies and conduct procedures. Some of them
So
go on drinking and binges of other varieties, but they usually come back to their community.
okay, so my question would be this: Axis in the study, were they left the Amish community? Did they get any support from their family when they were outside living in civilization? Because if not, then I could say the same thing about having a child that's 18 years old. Son, you can leave the house, you can go to university, but we're not going to support you. But once you can't afford it anymore, you can't pay rent, you can come back home. That's human behavior at that point. That has nothing to do with being Amish.
Yeah, see, I don't know what the ratio is on that, but I do know that they have a small pittance that they leave with. You know,
Okay,
they're
but
not empty pocketed.
now if you're an ambitious child and you find out that's your gift, you might find living in a community like the Amish as very restricted. Or you're a woman that says, I don't want to always have to be ruled by a man. That might not necessarily be, but again, by 18 years old, you've already culted up that child.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's, you're basically saying, I'm going to, not you actions, but at that point, you're basically saying, we're going to give them comforts, but they're really doing that for the community. We're going to make sure these kids are going to live very comfortably. So we'll give them the illusion that you can soak your oats after, but we're going to make it nice and comfortable before you leave. So then when you go out there and say, oh, it's a hard world out there. Yeah, but what are the gains from it? I get it. I can see a lot of them coming back, if not a high amount.
no, they do. I think it's like 90% of them come back
Oh, for
to the
sure. You can say that
community.
about any community. If I put my kid I had kids and I said, listen, I'm going to make sure at the age of 14, 15, I spoil them to no end. By the time they're 16, they're going to have their own car. But hey, when you reach 18 years old, I'm going to put you in an Amish community. You'll see how quickly he'll come back to me.
Right.
Unless he's a special type of child, they want to be They want to be in peace and silence. They want a very simple life. But then that's a little bit different than the community at that point. I'm speculating on this, but I would want to know more research because just the Amish saying that, I said, now there's many ways that I can condition people. And the fact that you're telling me in this case 18,
I
what did
believe
you do?
so.
What was the first 18 years like? Do you want to live with your mom and dad still? A lot of the people that have been conditioned to think, well, I want to move out of my house when I'm 18. I said, that's conditioning. Why? So you don't want to be living under your parents' roof, but yeah, you want to live under somebody else's roof. You pay somebody a mortgage or rent more times than not. That's usually a child that doesn't understand the world outside yet. And most of us have to learn when we reach 30 or 40 or 50 years old with us. Holy fuck, I had it way better when I was younger. I just didn't appreciate it. Or nobody gave me a 101.
Right.
Not to take away the fact that
the ones that I've known and interacted with, when they first get out here, they're not as ambitious and bold, but as they start to experience certain things, they get buck wild. And then at the end of the sabbatical, it's as if it never happened. And they go back home, they're accepted back at home. They usually marry and start their own household.
Sure. And are most Amish, do they have mortgages?
No.
Okay, so, and they don't pay high rent?
No.
Okay, so there's two advantages. So how would that work for an average person that says, okay, well, you're an Amish, you don't have to pay a mortgage, you're probably going to inherit your parents' place, or they're going to build another level or another piece of something on top of the property they already have. That's generational at that point.
Yeah, they usually build newlyweds their own abode, and they don't pay property taxes or anything like that.
That's that whole, they have their own government within a country within a country. So again, the Amish, it's like the Mennonites and all that. There's a lot of dirty little secrets in their clubs. But I get it. It's a zoo experiment. We'll get these people to do what they do. That'll be no different tribal. There's a lot of advantage living in a tribe, but once you start introducing it and you start mingling it, not just with different races, mingling with different kinds of lifestyles. For some people, they'll embrace it. For other people, they'll go hog wild crazy. It's like sending a whole bunch of kids to university. The first year, most of them are drinking, partying, and having sex.
Right.
And some of them coming from well-to-do families, but most of them already guaranteed you got a job when you come home, son. The rest of them, I'm going to be working for the next 10 years to pay off my student loans. But hey, not to take away from the Amish and all that, but how does that, if we're going to use practicality, work for the rest of the world? How does that Amish work?
For the rest of the world. It's just our community.
It's an example for the elites to say, we have our little zoo we're keeping an eye on. Dare not try the Amish system in a country like India or Asia. How would that look like? Especially some of the Amish, oh, you're driving cars. Interesting. Or you pimped up your little Amish mobiles. Sounds like you want your cake and eat it, and you're all dressing in black. You Germans are really working hard at this, aren't you? Or Dutch. I get it.
They have the self-contained communities, and they've got some pretty dark secrets, but Indiana has it's mostly Amish money in the banks here in Indiana. So they get away with they're a lot more privileged and given a lot more leniency as far as like county codes or various other inspections and such forth that if you weren't an Amish, you'd be subjected to.
Yeah, no different than those communities where, hey, when I get older, my dad's going to screw me and I'm going to have more kids with him. That's just behavior. That's all that is. That's not, I might call it culted up or whatever, but I think a lot of things we do is culted up. So I'm not taking away from the Amish. There's a lot of things, here in Canada, the Amish are known for some really great furniture. I'm like, but aren't you guys supposed to be inside your own little community? But while you're selling all your Amish stuff in your Amish stores and all that, I said, well, it sounds like you want to be here, but also other places. So how about we open the doors both ways? How about we put a McDonald's in your fucking Amish community? Or a Burger
Right.
King, or maybe a couple car dealerships. Oh no, we're Amish. No. You're sounding like those Asians now. Not even the Asians, but the country that pretends to say, well, we're allowed to bring our products out, but you can't bring your companies in here. That's a game. I call that a game.
Well, and
Not to
it
take them from
is.
the Amish. Sorry.
It is, but I look at the Amish as, they got a niche, they got a racket, and they put it to work for them. And I have been to several little Amish stores, great candy, timid fuckers. Products are always fresh and nice,
Sure it is. Mm-hmm.
but
Sure it is.
you're not going to put a convenience store next to them. Hell, they're not going to have that shit.
Mm-hmm. Again, there's a lot of advantage living there. If you were born in one of those situations, no different being born in a silver spoon family. It's just the way it is. For rich people to truly understand poor people, I don't think that's going to happen, and vice versa. No different. I could hear an Amish person, and if he starts telling me his system is better than the rest of the world, I'm like, at that point, you're full of shit. You could talk to me about how your system works, but by telling me that your system is better than another system, that's when they become full of shit. I said, unless you put a lot of research and you've lived in most of those situations, it's like somebody saying America or Canada is the best place I've ever lived. You've lived anywhere else outside of America. Well, Dom, I've never even lived outside of my own fucking state. So then you're just assuming that the rest of America or Canada is like the rest of the world. Most of us live in a little bubble, and we think our little cities are expansion of us. No, we live in our little bubble. Again, we have them over here, two axes. Can't even say them, but we have Amish communities, and a lot of it has to do with taxes and communities and all that kind of stuff. And it sounds nice. And for the people that live there, that's no different looking at somebody that lives in a 10,000 square feet house. It looks nice, but I wouldn't want to clean it.
Right. I never had any real problems with the Amish. Like I said, I knew a few of them, and
Mm-hmm.
I learned as much as I care to learn about,
Mm-hmm.
their way of life. But I do know that as far as the upper hand, yeah, they're getting their cake and eating it too on some front.
Sure they are. It's like here in Canada, there's a lot of Indian reserves. Some people say, oh, they have, tax-free. I say, yeah, but you don't know the shit that they have to go through, how they've been indoctrinated. But the only thing they think, well, but if you're part Indian, you get tax breaks. Again, you don't know what they go through. You're only looking at things that you pay. Oh, well, I wouldn't want to pay taxes. No, most of the casinos are built under their fucking land. Most of the cheaper liquor under their land.
Mm-hmm.
Because they get taken advantage of. And it's probably one of their chief leaders that are fucking sold out.
Well, I know they're starting to take native land, and they're starting to propagate it to the immigrants that are coming over here, and some federal land.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they did here in Canada when they again, it doesn't matter who our prime minister was, but when they did the hemp, legalizing hemp here, it was a 700-page policy change, and only 34 pages was just designated for the hemp. But a lot of the other pages was actually taking the ability of the chief of the communities that you have to go through him now. No, you could sell your land directly to whoever wants to buy it now.
Yeah, see, they didn't have that before.
Mm-hmm. And that's what they did. But they masked it by giving the masses to think, oh, they're legalizing marijuana. First of all, I thought it was a joke. Somebody telling me even though I don't smoke it, but to tell me what I can and cannot put in my mouth. Come on. That has to be a joke. If I want to drink poison, I'm voiding my insurance. That's all that is. It's still my choice. Unless we're going to start playing that game and this is where we talk about being indebted now. If I want to kill myself, even though I don't think that things. But if I did, why is that a crime? Unless the vessel doesn't belong to me.
Well, I know they make it well, except for Canada, it was made. I mean, that
Yes.
maid service is really taken off.
Mm-hmm. Well, access. I think we've talked about this. The waiting list in some of these emergencies could be up to 39 hours, 40 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So here you are. You're probably going to die, unfortunately, or you're going to suffer a lot. And you're waiting just to fucking be seen. Of course you're gonna. Well, we have this other thing you could do instead. What is there like I could pay for a better emergency? No. You could just kill yourself. Remember, we're still under the OHIP system, where it's budgeted in the budget for a lot of the hospitals, and plus in Canada, I don't know how it's in the States, but in Canada, most of the practicing doctors will do most of their major cases or things inside the hospital because that they can't get sued if they're in the hospital.
Right.
So it's all under an umbrella, and most of those hospitals belong to the elite families anyway. So they probably charge an enormous amount of money for every made or whatever it's called case. Because think about all the money we're saving on our medical system.
Yeah, they're talking about expanding, who's able to utilize the service, and it's. But I look for that to hit America. Like I said, it's just a matter of processing and time.
Mm-hmm. Well, Canada's probably the template, or at least parts of provinces, are the template. They'll get pushback from some of the provinces, but ultimately, once they put it in motion, they're going to start implementing. In the rest of the countries, they're going to monitor the results in Canada, and they'll probably start implementing in probably certain states.
Yeah, that's what I look for. It's just basically for any of us that won't go with the transhumanism and won't subside to the advancement of technology and the human biological machine. You really don't have a future. Not where this technocracy is concerned.
Well, with the cost of everything getting out of whack, and nobody's really monitored it or controlled it in this case. For the person that's way below the poverty line, let alone poverty line, and all of a sudden now, most of us don't take care of ourselves. Who knows what they're putting in the food or any type of jab per se. All of a sudden, you have all this ailment. Who really wants to suffer more than you need to, especially if you can't even afford for the possibility that maybe the pharmaceutical industry in the hospital might be able to help you. So the options are becoming very limited. So I can almost sadly think that would be the more viable choice to make, even though that could bring on karma to yourself.
That would be my concern.
Mm-hmm. It would for me too. To me, I get when people are suffering and they want to, take themselves out, but you should at least kind of know what could result from that choice.
Yeah, I think it's something that should be taken with some time, extreme seriousness, and maybe some heavy self-reflection.
Once again, an unaware masses. What do you expect from most people access? That
Right.
Most of us are going to make some really unrational decisions and just do it and figure out it's already done. It's not like it's okay, should I turn left or right at a stoplight? It's one of those decisions where by the time you realize what you did, you're probably already back in some other form. Probably not even aware of it, but yet have this feeling that I'm fucking still indebted.
I tried to listen to that reincarnation soul trap stuff, and I'm just going to have to find a better source of information than the Hindu and what I'm hearing from these communities, because they jump around, they skip a lot. they don't have they don't have much more than testimony and speculation, kind of like a flat earther.
Hmm.
And I would like to see it go much deeper.
Lonnie sent me something recently. I don't know if I sent it to you, actually, but I will send it. I think it's called, it's 21 parts, but I found the first part really fascinating. The overview of the world systems of bondage.
Hmm.
He taps a little bit beyond just the capital letters and all that. He literally talks about who we are. And of course, they use all the old Latin lingual and all that. I'll send you part one, and if you enjoy, you can continue watching. I think it was 28 minutes the first part.
Right.
It gave the whole ideal of, when you go to the light, 2 life sentences. Oh, that, because, you think about it. I know I do. Why would they give somebody 2 life sentences? Are they talking about if they give him the lethal injection, he lives again? No, there must be something more going on there.
Right.
Like, why would you give a person 2 life sentences? you know,
Definitely something to ponder, because it almost seems insultive or counterintuitive to say he got 2 life sentences.
they talk about people that go to jail. Even when you go to jail and say you serve 30 years, you're still paying a bond after. This goes back to we're valued at so much. So
Right.
I'm not going to do justice to it, Access. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you on Facebook. And then if you want to chit chat, we could chat about it. Me and you get one of those, like, scratching our head, like, this resonates a little bit too much.
Yeah, I would like that. I'm gonna have to get some rest, Dom.
Same
But
here,
let's
buddy.
let's hook up and maybe do another one, and I can hit on that and maybe get a broader understanding. And in the meantime, I'm gonna try and work on my communication skills, as best as I can, and still bring something to the table.
Maybe you just need to learn how to talk to kindergarten people. you have good skills. I will send it to you as soon as I'm off here. And Access, thank you very much. I haven't talked to you in a while. I really enjoyed talking with you, by the way.
Yeah, this has been very pleasant. Thank you. And thank everybody that showed up in the chat. And my daughter, that was a pretty nice surprise. And hopefully this aids somebody in their journey through life and assist them. And it's been a real pleasure. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Thank you, Dom, and Access out.
Access.